And you know what I said? I said, let there be war. Let's go, guys. Like, comment, subscribe. We playing Apex again today. Grinding. Like, I did some off-stream grinding.
Beautiful, gorgeous.
I got to suffer too.
Wonderful.
Arabesque I got to suffer too. But we're gonna get this shit over with. We're gonna fuck shit up. I came from a time of not speaking. Like, I was like literally on my phone, fucking scrolling TikTok just now, and I just got up off my fucking ass and said, "Yo, let's go play some Apex." So, without further ado, let's get into this game. I am going to be playing it on both controller and MNK.
And put me in it.
I'll be playing MNK for casuals. And for ranked, I shall be playing with
very limited view.
Controller. Actually, but no. First things first. I gotta go play some arenas.
This is you.
Get these challenges out the way. Cause there's no fucking way, bro. I don't have what it takes to do everything.
But you can
as you can see, I've been doing a little bit of off-stream playing because I play Apex for a living. Nah, not really, but really. Anyways, we're gonna be playing with Wraith for now. As you can see, she is not that bad. She's looking vigorous as always. Looking nice, Wraith. Alright, some badges. Let's go put the team only. And as you can see, I am what a bot.
So you can feel
don't have that much weight.
Irresponsible like that. See?
Stuff.
Nowhere.
Anyways, let's go back to this.
When you get that
Wait
way,
for oh my god, 144 people in queue. That is insane.
But you can try the other way.
I cannot believe this.
You can extend it and say, now
I cannot fathom this.
If
is unimaginable.
Really my eyes.
Oh
now,
shit.
Although I don't understand them, I mean, let us say I can't describe them in lines.
Excuse me.
Words.
Oh, I heard myself. I don't know if you know anything about me.
Well, I don't understand how it happened.
Thank you for the blessings, though.
But then, you see, that's the whole point. As I made a little while ago, that the very Lord God himself doesn't understand how it happened. Because if he did...
No! She chose Wraith.
There'd be no mystery. There'd be no possibility of surprise.
That's
why there has to be yang and yin. Yang is bright, and it understands. Yin is dark.
You know the vibe.
But there are two phases of the same being. So your yang side is your conscious attention and all the bright things you know and all the information you have and all the know-how and that you know what to do. And your yin side is the other side.
Oh, that's what I was missing.
Which enables the yang to function.
No,
you don't know why the yang side of you functions. That is the conscious, bright, intelligent side of you. It all depends on something you don't understand at all. Because if it didn't, it wouldn't be there. It's like you wouldn't be here unless there was something else. So they move together. Yeah. If you get the idea that you are your own eyes and your own heart, that's wonderful.
Care package touching down.
You're all out. You don't think about it, but you are it.
Oh, he murdered me.
Safety's off, folks.
That if all those bones feel other than your conscious ego.
Making contact with enemy. Let's go this way.
Oh, that neck crack was beautiful. That neck crack was
going on.
Let's keep it pushing, shall we?
The sun shining, the stars twinkling, the wind blowing, and the great ocean
He's resin.
restlessly pounding against these cliffs. You don't control it, of course, because the
Oh, but I have to bring out this controller so soon. My gosh.
I see that. All that is
All right.
lesson elementary in
Let's go this way.
There it is.
relativity. I've talked about it in this way.
Now I should put on some music for y'all because I have something of my own going on through my headphones.
I wanted to get the message across, the idea
music.
across.
It's kind of
Because to understand the principle of relativity, is the absolute foundation of the philosophy of the Tao.
Principle of relativity.
Lao Tzu takes it up in
The
the second
foundation of the
chapter
principle
when
of
he
the
says,
Tao.
when all the world understands beauty to be, there is already when all the world understands goodness to be, thus to be and not to be.
Oh, you seen that shit coming. Nice shot up.
Are posited mutually.
I'm about to get the
Sure.
so I don't
Yeah, mutually. And he goes through a whole list of opposites and show how they create each other. It's like that wonderful little parable. The Chinese character for man looks more or less like an upturned V. And Lafcadio Hearn in one of his books tells the story of the Japanese girl telling her little sister the meaning of the character for man by taking 2 sticks of wood and balancing them together on the ground with 2 sticks of fire so that they form the upturned V. And she says to her little sister, this is the character for man. Because neither stick will stand up unless it has the upturned. So, you know, we
Damn.
And don't get back to the original one.
Keep on shooting, pussy. Keep on shooting, pussy. Look at you.
I don't mean a male. It is in this situation where the thing it feels as itself, as its separate identity, is supported by the equal and opposite sensation of other. Center, periphery. Here, there. Now,
Never see the light again.
isn't.
What?
These two are the yang and the yin, the 2 poles that hold each other up. So the Zen poem says, when misfortune comes, treat it as a blessing. When fortune comes, treat it as a disaster.
Nobody knows. Oh, nobody
Once upon a
knows.
time, there was a Chinese farmer who lost a horse. Ran away. Came around that evening.
Up in the chimney.
The next day, the horse came back and brought 7 wild horses with it. And all the neighbors came around and said, by that place. The next day, his son was attempting to tame one of these horses and was riding it. And was thrown. And all the neighbors came around. Well, that's too bad.
Danger close.
The farmer said, "Maybe." The next day, he rejected his son because he had a broken leg. All the neighbors came round with evening and said, isn't that wonderful?
Reloading.
This, in a way,
Enemy shield.
reflects
Give
the
my shield to recharge.
fundamentally Taoistic
Reloading.
which is that the whole process of nature is an immense complexity.
Healing. Watch my back.
And it is really impossible to tell whether anything that happens in it is good or bad. Because you never know what will be the consequences of the misfortune. Or you never know what will be the consequences of good fortune. I know a woman quite happy until she inherited $2 million. And then she became
No.
that everybody was going to take it away from her, especially the government. And on the other hand, there's well-known cases where some ridiculous inconvenience or accident preserved you from a worse one. Or else it was an occasion on which you met someone you fell in love with or formed a fast friendship with. You never know what is the chain, the pattern, the connection between events. And it is for this reason that the Taoist has been critical of two things. One, of words, and two, of interference. He criticizes words because among the Confucians, who were always literary people, they had a thing going called the rectification of names. I have to introduce this little observation about they have their positive and their negative side. They're rather interested in matters literary. The Chinese civilization. No kind of really scientific advance came through Confucian studies. They were, that is to say, a scholastic in the book. And the text of the ancient scriptures say,
damn, that's under me.
Who becomes proficient like a rabbi or a theologian. But mystics are not interested
wait,
in much
over there already? Oh well.
All mystics have been interested in direct experience. And therefore, although you may laugh at them as mystics and say they are not scientific, they are empirical. And the Taoists, being mystics, were the only great group of ancient Chinese
Alright, upgrade 35 weapons, I'm only at 29, purchase 50 heals. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. They were
interested in it from the beginning, and their books are full of analogies
and
between
this
the principles of the Taoist way of life and the behavior of natural forces, of water, of wind, of plants and rocks. In many, many passages, Lao Tzu likens the Tao to water in the fact that it doesn't resist, and yet nothing is stronger, in the fact that it always takes the line of least resistance, that it always seeks the lowest level which men abhor, and many, many things are said about water, many things are said about plants, many things are said about the processes of growth, about wind, how wind plays music with all the orifices and openings in nature and blows through them and makes them, brings out their particular hum. So it was, strangely enough, from the Taoists that Chinese people developed as much science as they did develop. But you know, they never developed anything like Western technology. And this is because, or in part because, for many, many reasons, some of them purely geographical. But one of the reasons why the Chinese
like those kids are fucking terrible.
An advanced technology
it's all good,
had to do with names, and it had to do with
the way that was going, I did not think we were getting second.
Now, so far as names are concerned, the Taoists always laughed at the idea of the rectification of names. Because they said, now look, when you compile a dictionary, you define your words with other words.
Oh, that was geek.
Don't be fooled.
Now, with what other words do you go to define the words with which you define the words? So as to be sure you've got them straight. I remember when I was a small boy, I wanted to write a book which would preserve forever the fundamentals of human knowledge. So the first thing I wrote down in it was the alphabet. And then I scratched my head as how I would write down how to pronounce each of these letters. And I tried to spell out in letters how to pronounce letters.
Echoes the jump
Not
master.
realizing, of course,
Well,
that this
three
is
down.
a
I
completely
know.
vicious
Let's land over there.
You have to have something in order to understand words. You have to have something else. And that is a very mysterious matter, the kind of understanding that we have of things, which we then go on to describe in words. And one realizes how much one
I don't care.
as a child
Go anywhere.
from other people, which is never explicitly stated. How do
No,
you
that
know,
that
for
kid got
example,
me
whether
fucking
somebody
hyped up
says
from the
something
beginning of the
is
game. It was like hot drop or no drop. I was like, all right, wait. I was like, fuck it, let's go, yo. Fuck it. I don't know how we survived that too. I was shitting on those kids with the wingman.
Yeah,
Dude, the wingman's literally all my damage from that game was from the wingman.
Dude, I love the wingman. The best.
Jigglevisage says,
I
power
can't hit
in
my
the wrong
shots.
hands only
Like, I
begins
either hit all
ruin.
my shots, or I don't hit anything.
But of course, you must realize Analysis is a way of
Last
making
was the
things
thingy I care about.
that were not complicated in the first place. And it was like
Evo
my
shield
task
here.
that I
Level
set
2.
myself as a child. The amazingly complicated task of how to write down how the letters were pronounced.
The ring isn't very far. 45 seconds.
Now, a great deal of academic energy goes into this task of proving things that everybody knows. But they want to say precisely what thing is it that you know. How can we delimit it? How can we pin it down exactly? And this, of course, is very much involved also with law. And that's why you devise, bequeath, and you know, you get a whole long list of
Let's
words.
go, Echo.
I devise, bequeath, give, etc., etc. So there can be absolutely no doubt about what you mean.
You like the Prowler at all,
As
Kevin?
a matter of fact,
I used to like main it like ages ago,
bro,
but
the more doubt you create.
Now that they added the laser sight, this shit is
So the Taoists took a profoundly human
they made it like automatic, dude. That used to be like my favorite gun.
Yeah, when I had the select fire, oh my
Yeah.
god, dude. That shows
Best gun.
because they said you could never do it. Do you ever play a game?
Dude, it used to
where you
fry
say,
people.
Well, the rules of this game
nice.
are you get, say there are 5 people
Oh, yeah.
playing,
Crap.
and you appoint a referee. And each person has a copy of the same dictionary, say Webster's Collegiate Dictionary. And then you have many words in a hat or something, and the referee draws out a word. And it says escalator. Then you turn it up in the dictionary.
Care package coming
And then
down.
you get a
Shotgun
definition.
bolt here. Level
And
3.
you look up an absolutely key word in the definition. It has to be a really crucial word, not D or A or something. And then you look that up.
Oh, G7.
And then you take a key word in that definition. And then when you get back to the
Care
word
package?
escalator,
Kevin, did you
raise
use
your hand
the
and
play
pull out
where you
this,
could add the snipers?
which is short of it's a circle.
Extended heavy mag here.
I played since season 2.
Thereby you have won the round. And the referee is
Bro, the
there.
G7
to
with the
decide
6 times?
That you played fair and that you did take keywords from each definition and so on. And you didn't cheat.
That is so nice.
So,
Extended sniper
this
mag
shows
here.
you
Level
see,
2.
how a
Essential 13
dictionary,
people.
unless it has little pictures in it, which give you another way of understanding things. A
I need a
dictionary
backpack.
is an entirely circular process, simply a self-defining affair. So that when you encounter, say, I pick up a Chinese dictionary, or better still for my purposes, supposing I pick up a Finnish dictionary,
Body
which has
shield
nothing in
here.
it but
Level
Finnish
4.
language. It doesn't tell me a thing,
You don't want that? You want this purple?
because I haven't got the key. And the key to this language is not altogether
Jigglevisage says,
communicative language.
SMRT plays.
So for this reason then, the Taoists was thoroughly skeptical of the power of words to describe the processes of the physical world.
I don't know, I'll take the fucking gold.
Now the Chinese
low-key
language
like the
as
gold.
such is a rather peculiar language.
Yeah, gold used to be. I mean, before they nerfed it,
in
I
that
mean,
it
I used to like it a lot better.
Jigglevisage says,
Why? What was...
meant for Voked up.
You can fast heal
There are
better.
certain
But people,
ways
whole team, I'm like,
of showing whether a verb indicates the future or whether it indicates the past.
yeah,
Translated Chinese reads like a telegram.
nice.
Moving to Echo for a better angle.
So the opening of the chapter of the Lao Tzu book on
Solo.
say on power or virtue.
Reloading.
That was a whole team on me. Wow.
Not
Well, it
dirt.
definitely
Yeah, like-
can't be solo because I knocked him.
Inferior dirt, virtue. Not let go of
Light ammo,
virtue.
heavy
Thus,
R301
this not
here.
virtue.
I need light ammo.
And this says it so succinctly.
I got
Need light ammo.
You
180.
have to go locating around and saying
New kill leader. Good.
the superior
Standing
form
taller will
of
make them
virtue
easier to spot.
is not conscious.
Current angle sucks.
Yes, like I'm pretty sure they nerfed the code. Used to be a lot better, I think.
The inferior form of virtue.
Yeah, but I
So
think
is
the fast
being
heal was only
virtuous
with
that it's
lifeline,
not.
wasn't it?
No, good armor.
Right. It actually might have.
The Chinese said it so pithily.
Yeah, but I know
you
Lifeline had
literally-
fast. Lifeline
you literally
definitely had
pop
fast
up.
heal too.
That's
what they should bring back for her too, bro.
Which is not
She should have
specific
faster
in this
heals.
way that we can be by
that'd
declining
be
nouns,
OP.
and conjugating verbs, exactly what,
Why?
how, and to whom.
I mean, it's
We
healing fast is so OP.
have a better language And so
They get the bat off in time.
Jiggle
like,
F as it
so
says,
crucial at any
bring
moment.
back heal shield.
Chinese in such a way as to decline nouns and conjugated verbs.
Back my teacher.
We have a better language for describing technological process. You know how it is when you get a set of instructions put together.
New kill.
Oh, Loba.
Do this,
Jiggle F as it says,
Easier to
Four.
spot.
Yeah, I want a Valkyrie.
we
Gets
should
me.
get some kind of
I wanna land this
Chinese
kid.
product from Hong Kong. We've put together an
Let's
instruction.
go.
Firing.
Yeah, go Valkyrie. Count it.
You have to know how it's done before you read it.
I think she just grabbed. Did she grab the banner?
Maybe.
She probably went around this way. She's going over here.
Yeah, they got the banner.
Jiggle F as it says, heal shield for lifeline.
Yep. One up top. Be careful. The boat up top.
Oh, you mean on these sort of emergencies?
Just try and hide.
I think they jumped off.
But under
Time to
the
hunt, guys.
compensatory delight of this language,
Getting a fresh angle.
They took another ship.
doesn't mean more.
Crack two of them. Knock one.
Knock one too. Last kid.
Realize
Yeah, took a ship and landed on them.
that language is a net which will never succeed in capturing the world.
I just shit on those kids so bad. Fucking scout, bro.
Reloading.
Processes of nature.
Oh, one of those teams fighting over there.
Alright,
Fight this
let's
team.
kill these. Let them go.
Yeah.
Let's kill these kids.
Maybe it may turn out to be disastrous in the long run. Give the very simple example, which
Reloading.
is very close to the hearts of all Chinese and Asian people. The problem of population.
Pray there.
What on earth are we going to do about that? Because in times past, the huge populations of India and China were caused by perennial outbreaks of cholera,
Yeah, let's fight these two.
Pray in sight.
famine, and so the population was
Praise tag. Take him down.
Let's fight the team behind us. Over here.
Taking
stamp out
fire.
these plagues.
Recharging shields.
But then a new plague turns up in the form of human beings. Too many of them. Well, you just can't go around in cold blood. Shooting down the
Launching to a new
Yeah, wait.
angle.
guard is not
It's cracked.
it was
Gotta pop
somehow
that.
better.
Fucking flesh.
That was impersonal and it bore you no spite. But when human beings have to decide to get rid of each other, then there's real trouble. So Taoists would be on the whole inclined
Healing.
not to interfere with the
guys ping
course
them?
of events,
I don't know where they are.
because he feels that they are of a complexity
It's
so
cracked.
that he, with his interpretation, because
Prey
all
spotted
that
here.
we call scientific knowledge is interpretation.
Reloading. Take down some prey.
Oh, Kevin.
Oh, you hit me.
Well, he feels that he doesn't really know
Damn.
whether a given event is good or bad.
I bagged a mark.
He may
Gotta
feel
heal.
bad about it, but he may feel that this is the proper and appropriate way to do it, and that it will go over.
Popping it back.
Will pass.
Jumping on me.
Echo's got an angle. Moving there.
They got knocked by a snipe.
Nor does helping
It's behind you guys. She's gonna finish me.
Prey right here.
But still in general, then he goes on to say, if heaven and earth
Shot out.
how much less can mankind. So this then is a basic attitude of Taoist philosophy.
No way.
Reloading.
One kill left.
Down to mark.
Go.
Shit.
Die later. Fight
Oh yeah,
now.
team.
Down to
Be
no
careful, there might be
spot.
another team coming behind us.
Or they're bad. Or both.
Negative
Nope. You're not dying.
way. Way means doing, interfering, busyness,
Recharging my shield.
poking into things. So Wu Wei means don't interfere, don't drive, don't... really, the best meaning of Wu Wei is don't force it. As when, for example, you're opening a lock and the key doesn't seem to turn. If you force it, you'll just bend the key.
Yeah, I can drop you some here.
So what you have to do is
light
jiggle,
ammo here.
pull back and forth, jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
How do you light ammo?
Optics here. Close range.
2 squads left. Don't
And that's
bail
Wu
on
Wei.
me now.
Wu Wei doesn't mean total passivity. Because you see, on the other side of the picture about interfering with nature, is that you must interfere. There is no way of
Not too actually. You only got one kill, no assist.
1 minute
What?
and rings a stone's throw. Mobile
It
respawn
is,
beacon
your
here.
very existence is an interference with the environment from a certain point of view. So, there you are, you're stuck with it. Everything you do alters
Rings
the
nearby
balance.
and it closes in 45.
Even if you
Why
sit
wait?
perfectly still,
Let's go.
you're still breathing. And that alters the nature of things going on around you.
Energy ammo anymore?
You're exuding temperature, and that changes.
More boxes over here.
30 seconds.
And then when you start eating and doing all sorts of things like that, you really do start
Yeah, energy over here.
Energy ammo here.
So you can't avoid interfering.
A lot of energy.
The maxim is don't interfere, but it means bestly translated,
Deploying
don't force
heat
it.
shield.
So then what do?
Another box over here too.
Ring just ahead.
You have to interfere as wisely as
Light ammo
possible.
here.
That is
One
to say,
squad stands
you
between
have to
us
find
and
out
tomorrow.
Here.
Better go.
how to interfere along the lines in which things are already developing.
One more team left.
This is like sailing a boat.
One squad left? What the fuck?
Dude, only got one kill.
Harder to
How
sail
does that make sense?
because it takes less energy. You simply
We can
use the
Valkyrie.
wind by putting up a sheet.
I'll save it.
But then supposing
We
the
get a
wind
Valkyrie
isn't
can
going
height.
where you want to go,
They're up top already.
then you learn to tack.
Yeah, we can flank from behind.
But you
Hurry.
keep the wind in your sails all the time.
The fuck
and
are
you
they
use
shooting
the
at?
wind to go against the wind.
They're trying against them.
And therefrom comes the idea of judo.
Yep.
Judo is the Japanese
Like
way
lagging.
of saying the gentle Tao. The gentle way.
This is gonna be a tough one.
And
Got prey there,
Oh,
stepped
yo.
into level
in
5 shield.
judo, the basic
pack is
principle
alive.
of the whole
For
thing
now.
is that you are not an attacker.
Dude, that guy's alone.
Underneath judo
what?
is a deeper philosophy called Aikido.
Just try and hide
Dead.
with that shiny tag.
Aikido,
Top of the Phoenix. Kevin, he's up top.
Yeah, man, knocked.
Jimmy,
Wow.
when somebody attacks
push
you,
it.
you're not there.
taking a new angle.
You are there, but in the front.
Wow.
So that
Jiggle
the
up as if
attacker
says,
gets sucked in
oh James.
so fast by his own force that he falls over.
You literally just got fucked.
So in judo, one always uses the strength of the opponent to bring about his downfall. You may add your own strength at a certain point.
Jiggle up as if says, hi how they get around so quick.
There is a point when his own strength has taken him beyond the peak. You know, when the thing is falling over, it reaches a certain peak where it's gone. You see, it's on the way down. It is at this moment that you add your strength
Ranked up.
and say, wowie, you see? When there's a curious throw in judo where you get a fellow, you've been holding him, and you get him up on your foot like this, you see? And then he is moving in this direction. So just when he's off balance, you whoops with your foot like that and send him way over on the floor in that direction. But he has to be beyond the falling point, you see, and then only do you use your strength. Because all you've done now in executing this throw was that you fell backwards with your own weight, and he was pushing at you. You see, at a moment when he was pushing at you like that, it is entirely opportune to put your foot up and fall over backwards, and he goes way over. And that's quite a throw to get involved in, I can assure you. But judo, you see, is a development
Amazing to get yourself
place between life
out
and
of the
death
Taoist
is where I feel
philosophy
most alive.
by probably Japanese people. Judo is relatively modern. But it comes out of all sorts of understandings going back to Chinese ways of doing things and gradually amalgamated into the form in which we know it today. But it is a basic demonstration of this principle of Wu Wei, which Jiafu has written in now in cursive characters. So, it
Let's land
isn't
here.
an attitude of total passivity.
Cancel that.
It isn't just doing nothing,
Agreed.
as it literally says, not do, but it's really not force. So you need always, in every situation, to find out which way the wind is blowing. Trim your sails to the wind. This is the meaning of it. Well, now then, how do you know which way the wind is blowing? Obviously, a scientist would say to you, well, we have to make a very careful analysis of the situation and find out just what's going on. And then this becomes extremely interesting because now scientists are doing it very seriously. And they have devised the very important science that we call ecology. And in ecology, we study the whole complex of relationships which lie between any organism and its environment. And when we get to the ecology of mankind, it is simply fantastic.
Better angle and echo locations. Echo
Study,
location.
for
Got a
example,
mark
the
in my
ecology
sights. Right
between
here.
man and the world of nature. Decide what are good guys and bad guys among the microbes. How to get the bad guys, the good guys, then realizing you need some of the bad guys, otherwise the good guys fall apart. And some of the killers we use are the level of medicine, very much like what DDT is on the level of agriculture. And it gets too many of the good guys along with the bad guys. But you become, after time, very doubtful as to the precise definition of a good guy and a bad guy.
Thing.
Well, you see, every group, every species has to have an enemy. That's part of the whole
Charging
new
my
society
shield.
arrangement of life.
Okay.
If you don't have an enemy, then you start multiplying too much. Nothing prunes you. Then you start getting in your own way, because there are too many of you. You start eating up all your own supplies of foodstuffs. Also, you get soft. You're not on the
Echo picked a sweet angle. Moving.
flabby muscles, because you never get
Let's
involved
pick
in a
this
fight.
care package clean.
And so gradually, the successful group fails.
Another squad bouncing left.
Which managed
Right
to
here.
obliterate all its enemies will
Recharging
fall
shield.
apart. But that's the way things run. And the question is, can we run
Getting shot. Need a new angle on this.
murders, tortures, all that kind of stuff? Can we somehow
I'm down.
introduce a new kind of gamesmanship as a substitute for war?
Right here.
Also, you get soft.
Right there.
You're not on the qui-vive. You develop flabby muscles because you never get involved in a fight. And so gradually, the successful group fails. The group which managed to obliterate all its enemies will fall apart. So
Echo owes you one for saving his
what
meal
are we to do
ticket.
about that?
Out to go.
See, part of the whole joke of
my back,
present
I'm
day
healing.
international politics is that the United States, in order with its vast prosperity and enormous facilities for
Pray
living
inside.
a lazy
Adjust your scopes. They're far.
must have an external enemy to get excited about. And so, even though the Cold War is in a way total nonsense, and everybody who's in the know about anything knows it, that, for example, an atomic war between Russia and the United States would simply end the human race. But the populace has to be
Got a tag on him. Opening fire on our
and
prey.
we keep fighting like in Vietnam in order to keep everybody excited and in order to
Let's find a good
make them run cars.
Launching to a new angle.
horrible thing. But that's the way things run.
Recharging my shield.
And the question is, you see, can we run the human race without awful bloodshed, murder, that kind of thing? Can we somehow introduce a new kind of gamesmanship as a substitute for war? It's the same thing in business. Exactly. If you wipe out your competitor, then you have no reason to produce anything but a lousy product. And then you may make lots of money because you wiped out your competitors, you've got the whole market. Then you've got this money, what you going to buy with it? Well, there's nothing to buy except other people's lousy products who wiped out their competitors. Or who cheated the public by packaging the thing to look elegant, but it was nothing inside. That's all you've got to buy. So naturally, if you're a success in General Motors, you go and buy a Rolls-Royce from England. Or you go and buy a Mercedes from Germany, because they happen to be better cars. Or if you want to make a lot of money in the clothing industry here, make wretched prints,
Echo and I
you want some good clothes,
up.
what do? You have to go to Mexico. Buy the things
Not gonna lie, I'm pretty good at this.
because they're still
Okay, I
substantial,
do lie, but
solid,
not this
damn
time.
good clothes. So you see, there's something always self-defeating in these attempts to succeed. To say nothing fails like success.
Master of my fate and yours.
So for this reason,
As Jumpmaster,
The
I
Taoists
promise to find us a good
always
place to
had an
kill
attitude
everyone.
of caution.
I am the jump master. I have
Cautious,
faith in our
Lao
descent.
says, as one who crosses a river in spring. That means either because of the spring floods or because the ice is still there and he's not quite sure how strong it is.
Jigalefizich says, they say nothing fails like success.
So, what the Taoist tries to develop is a sensibility to the situation. He tries to feel out intuitively what kind of action is required under these circumstances, because he feels that he can never discover it analytically, which is conscious attention.
Watch it. Some prey landed near me.
Now, to talk in modern Western terms about how this is done,
Prey
we
over
must
there.
realize,
Don't
of
spook
course,
them.
that we are equipped inside our heads with absolutely fantastic things for the brain. It's millions and millions of neuron cells. It is, as it were, the most
Time to
amazing...
hunt. 45 seconds until the ring pulls. Moving to Echo for a better angle. First blood. Last was the thing
Basic
that
attitude to life. You have that within you, and you may, if you don't know anything about brain studies, but you have within you the most amazing logical analyzer that exists in the known world. And the point is to get it to work for you. And instead of trying with conscious attention alone, which can only think of about 3 things at a time without using a pencil, that is to say, keep 3 variables in mind at once. Very few people can do 4 without using a pencil. You can do 4 if you're a trained musician, where you're playing 4 different lines of a fugue, say. You're keeping 4 variables in mind at once. With an organist, you can go from 4 to 6 because you've got your 2 feet, and they're playing too. But that requires a high amount of training to be able, with conscious attention, to keep these many variables in mind. But the world around you has infinitely many variables going on.
I'm in.
And you can reason out something with your conscious verbal thinking.
Leftovers from which fridge?
Say you want to make a contract in business, and you figure out how to make it, whether it will be a good contract, whether it will work, etc., etc. And you think of all these things and write them down, and you make the contract, you think that's fine. But one of the variables that you couldn't possibly include in the contract was that your partner would slip on a banana skin, break his neck. all sorts of things. I mean,
Hold your
the
breath.
contract might
If you have a respiratory system.
Or a lawyer was what was to be done in the case of a disability of any of the parties thereto, etc. But eventually, there are so many possibilities that can occur that you cannot think of them all. So then the question arises, is it within the power of the human brain to comprehend, because of its immense complexity, in a kind of un- or subconscious way, what the surface consciousness can never grasp? And the Taoists would say certainly it can. That you've got to learn to use your brain by allowing it to go to work on your problems without interfering with it. And then it will deliver you a decision. And this is why when you get to the real study of Taoist and Zen Buddhist practice, you get to the point where you learn to act without making decisions.
We can go now, kill here, whatever.
Or rather, to use a more exact word, without choosing.
Alternator here.
Krishnamurti talks a great deal about being choicelessly aware. And he says freedom is precisely the state of not having to choose. Now that sounds quite paradoxical, because we're always talking about freedom of choice. The choice is not a form of freedom in the sense of the word. What is choice in the sense of the word? Choice is the act of hesitation that we make before making a decision. It is a mental wobbling. You know, some people, when they take up a pen to write, they don't just write. They jiggle the pen around decisively like this and then start writing. Or a person comes into a room and wonders what doubt, you see. In that moment, he's choosing. Whereas a person who comes into a room and decides who to approach doesn't wait to choose. We say he is decisive, but that's a funny saying because it means he doesn't stop to decide. So in training in Zen Buddhism, which is simply a Buddhist extension of Taoism, Zen Buddhism arose out of the marriage of Buddhism and Taoism in the 5th century AD. And over the following centuries. So they have a way of training you so that you always act without choosing. For example, there was one day a leaky roof, and there were a couple of monks attending. He said, the roof is leaking. One monk disappeared and came back instantly with a sieve and put it under the drips. Another monk, after some time, came back with a bucket. The master praised the one who brought the sieve.
Here I go.
Now, the action wasn't exactly appropriate, to catching rain. But the point was that he was in the spirit of the Zen discipline by acting without choosing. And you will notice this with certain people. Certain people never hesitate. They always seem, if something needs to be done, they seem to somehow simply to grab something and do it. Which is a kind of a Zen capacity. But so what happens is this: that the teacher of Zen constantly throws curves at his students and puts them in dilemma situations where they have to act immediately. One of the things, of course, that you mustn't do is rush, because rush is a form of hesitation. Rushing, when a person rushes to get a train, he starts to fall over his own feet. By trying to drive at high speed through the water with a blunt-nosed boat. That's rush. Kind of a smooth, unhesitating, flowing action. That is the response to the challenge. And it must be done in with what is called another use of this word move. This is called Wunyan, Chinese, or Munan. And this Wunyan is composed of the character meaning now and the character meaning mind fart. And so it has the meaning of a thought, but especially for us, it is well translated by the psychological term blocking. Or blocking, you say to someone, when they stop and choose. So the attitude of Munan, is the unblocked mind. It doesn't hesitate. Just as the river doesn't hesitate when it flows, and just when you set your hands, the sound comes out without hesitation. And when the water is reflected, it reflects instantly. So that instant reflection, kind of resonance, is what is looked for as a response of the individual to his environment. And he does this to the degree that he knows himself to be one with his environment. Then his capacity for response increases in according to the way in which he feels that he is simply all of a piece with it and not something that is in it and with a barrier around him through which messages have to get, and then the decisions have to be made up and sent out. So then, you could say that a kind of extremely subtle sensory awareness has to be developed as between the individual and his environment,
Sniff, sniff.
so that he feels it out.
Death is not on my path.
Now, today, this sort of talk is very unpopular. Because scientifically minded people, especially academic scientists, those who teach in universities, are exceedingly suspicious of intuitive reactions. They say, oh, you can get into all sorts of trouble that way. But the thing that they neglect to realize
Hold your breath if you
is
have to
that
breathe.
everybody uses it. Even the most meticulously careful, analytical, rigorous, sound science uses intuitive judgment after a certain point. Why? Because you may accumulate data forever. And you may decide that this is, on the whole, and taking all due things into consideration and procedures having been worked out, that this is the right thing to do. Why do you decide then? Mostly because time's up. And somebody's pressing for a decision, or else you are bored to death with bringing in data, because you never know how much data you need to make a certain decision. And therefore, you may go on collecting data till all is blue, but in the last analysis, you'll work on hunch.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
And so much is actually, in the end, decided by flipping coins.
First blood.
And the pity of flipping coins for making decisions gives you only two choices, heads or tails.
Hurry up and move.
One way or the other. The Chinese have a more subtle way of flipping coins. They have a method of a 64-sided coin to flip. So that instead of just heads or tails, there are 64 possibilities of coming to a decision when you don't know what to do. This is called the I Ching, or the Book of Changes, where the symbols of yang and yin, that is to say for yang, a straight line undivided, for yin, a line broken in the middle. There are 64 ways of combining 6 of these lines
I could use that.
in a hexagram. And so there is a complex method
The ring's
when
moving,
you
friends.
have to make a grave decision for tossing. You do it by tossing sticks or coins. And it gives you one of these 64
Shotgun bolt here.
figures.
Level 3.
Now, if you are very wise and have studied Book of Change for a long time, you don't need to use the book. You just look at what the figure is, and you can tell what it means. Because you see, these figures are made up of each 6 hexagram figure is made up of 2 3-fold components. That has 2 components, of which this one is water, and this one is heaven. So you will have water over heaven. And a person very skilled in the interpretation will feel out the meaning of water over heaven. But actually, if you're not so skilled, there is the book. And for each of these hexagrams, the book has an oracle. And it tells you in curiously vague and yet curiously precise terms the meaning of this hexagram. And then you, in the light of your own situation, make up your mind what it's saying to you. In the light of the problem that you've raised, the question that you've asked, the decision that you had to make, you will find invariably that these 64 choices are one of them, or indeed all of them. But you have to pick one of them because you are, after all, tossing a coin. But it has some peculiarly appropriate thing to say to you under your circumstances, and it's just like having a conversation with a very, very wise old gentleman.
Good. Got my ultimate ready.
And you must realize that today in Asia, this book is still widely used for making business and political decisions. Although people who are westernized wouldn't let on, perhaps, that they use it.
Making
So
contact.
anybody who should be completely versed in this book to know
Giving my
what
shields
sort
a
of
recharge.
thinking, what sort of approach might be expected under any circumstances. If you could ever find out what hexagram had fallen when a certain politician had made a decision,
Not sure.
in the same way they found dealing with it. Our strategists, I don't know if they did, should be students of astrology. Because he was always you can know Hitler is looking all the time at his own horoscope. Well, we have access to Hitler's horoscope, so we know what he's thinking about. But you don't have access to what hexagram Mao Zedong threw when he decided to do something or other. So it's a little bit more subtle. Well then,
Keep eyes on the new kill leader.
I'm making the point then that our scientists are very suspicious of the intuitive judgment.
Need optics for an assault rifle.
But nevertheless, they all use it in the end.
Need heavy ammo.
And so it has made this suspicion that science has of intuitive judgment has filtered down to the average person in terms of a mistrust of his own intuition,
Just using a Phoenix kit.
My
of the
ultimate is
marvelous
ready.
analytical powers of his own brain.
Ready to fly on a zip line.
And so we are always in a dither of doubt as to whether we're behaving the right way, doing the right thing, and so on and so forth, and lack a certain kind of self-confidence. And if you see you lack self-confidence, you will make mistakes.
Thermite grenade.
If you do have self-confidence, you may get away with doing entirely the wrong thing. The British have an enormous degree of self-confidence. They know they're right. And they don't even question it. There are certain kinds of British types who are absolutely, their aplomb is unbelievable.
My sights are set higher.
And therefore they can allow any kind of total free speech. Which make Americans very nervous because Americans don't have anything to do about that.
Let's bring him home.
They're not quite sure, you see. When you're in a
Reloading.
there's never any doubt whatsoever. You don't even have to mention the fact that you're an aristocrat.
Champions out.
See? I mean, that's why aristocrats know how to treat servants.
Keep
They
eyes on
never
the leader.
take it out on their servants in the sense of having to emphasize their own superiority. Because they know they're superior.
Check your maps.
Well, this is an extraordinary kind of nerve that they build up. And so the only way, you know, you can do this is, first of all, in Zen practice, the thing that you have to understand is this. You have to regard yourself as a cloud in the flesh. Because you see, clouds never make mistakes. Did you ever see a cloud that was misshapen? Did you ever see a badly designed wave? No, they always do the right thing. Now, so as a matter of fact do we, because we are natural beings, just like clouds and waves. Only we have complicated games which cause us to doubt ourselves. But if you will treat yourself for a while as a cloud or wave, and realize that you can't make a mistake, whatever you do.
45 seconds. Rings
Because
close.
even if you do something that seems to be totally disastrous, it'll all come out in the wash somehow or other. Then, through this capacity, you will develop a kind of confidence. And through confidence, you will be able to
Down to
trust
30
your own
seconds.
intuition.
Rings just a little further.
Each shield
Only
here.
the thing that you have to be careful about is, and many people who have not understood Zen properly fall into trouble here, is that when they take the attitude that I can't possibly make a mistake, they overdo it.
10 seconds.
It
The ring
shows
is
that they
fairly
don't
close.
really believe it. So a lot of people come on and say, well, in Zen, anything goes. You're naturally with it anyway. You are a Buddha anyhow. And I'm going to prove I'm a Buddha anyhow by breaking all the rules.
Rings coming in.
So you got on the weirdest, filthiest clothes, and you're going to steal things, and all kinds of things like that. That's overdoing it. That shows that you haven't learned. You're overcompensating. Because before you were told to do this, do that, and the other, and watch, and be self-conscious and nervous, and so on. And so you just go to the
Let's
other
go this
extreme.
backpack here.
Now this is the
Two.
middle way of knowing it has nothing to do with your decision to do this or not. Whether you decide that you can't make a mistake or whether you don't decide it, it's true anyway. That you are like cloud and water. And through that realization, without overcompensating in the other direction, you will come to the point where you begin to be on good terms with your own being and to be able to trust your own brain. But
Might
at
be
that
something
level,
good this way.
Got ourselves
you
a band
are
down
Never mind.
supra-personal. That
Let's
is to say,
this way.
when you realize
dropping
that
a
you
replicator.
stand here as a body. It's as if you see,
An
there
enemy
was,
landed near
according
me.
to certain cosmological theories, there was a primordial explosion, blew up, created the universe.
Box 3, dumping the pod.
And you know how it is when you take a bottle of ink and you throw it at a whitewashed wall, smash like that, and goes splat all over
Target
the place.
spotted.
There's a big blob in the
Maybe a
center.
shooter nearby.
And then as it goes out, it gets all sorts of little curlicues and wiggles. So you see, the cosmic explosion is still happening. It takes a long time from that big essential bang
Still close.
for the whole thing to go whoosh. Takes billions of years for it to happen.
Taking fire, friends. Be careful.
And they are connected. We are part of the central explosion that originally happened. That in a certain sense is in you. You're still manifesting. So, when you consider yourself as a physical being, consider this. It is very ancient. Wait a minute. It's only 4 million years old. Where did it come from? What was it before it was a stone? Well, it was something or other. And that goes back, you see. So everything you touch, including yourself, is incredibly ancient. It goes back to the very beginning of time. So if your mind awakens, you suddenly see all your friends sitting around you looking incredibly ancient. I don't mean in the sense of old and haggard, but like angels, like eternal beings, who were always there from the beginning.
Run around outdoors while getting shot at. Sounds fun.
I just polished my grapple.
No matter what, we get each other home. Death is not on our path. Not yet.
Introducing your champion.
I'm the jump master. I'll cut us a path. Dropping in, hang on. Let's go this way. Hostile spotted.
With anybody whom you consider in matters spiritual, psychological, and so on, as an authority.
Let's explore this one.
Has this authority because of your opinion that he has? Or she has? How do you know? If you say, for example, like the Protestant fundamentalists, that you believe in the Bible, that the Bible is inspired, or you may say as a more liberal kind of Christian that Jesus Christ is the greatest being that ever lived on earth. How do you know? It's your opinion that that is so. Lots of people may have told you so, and you may be very impressed by it.
Good. We're inside.
Target.
I got a mark in my sight. Right here.
And so therefore, if you say, well, I would like to become like that,
Throwing Arc
that's
Star.
an expression of the way you are.
First blood.
You couldn't feel I would like to become like that, like the authority, like the Christ, except as an expression of the way you are now, and the way you are now.
Shield.
And therefore, your emulation, your desire,
Bring
your
it down.
ability to become like Christ is merely one of the appetites of your quaking mess.
Making contact with enemy. I got some
It's an
materials from
expression
us.
of you as you are. Don't fool yourself.
I am taking fire, friends.
Launching
I'm not
to a
trying to
new
put you
angle.
down by talking about the
Lucky us.
quaking mess.
Grappling.
The quaking mess may be in fact something very, very natural.
Took down the
The way
last
we
of that
are.
squad.
The
Nice
state
and
of
clean.
affairs. And we shouldn't be ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed of it. I've told you all it frankly.
Healing up.
But it is important not to fool oneself about this. But there doesn't there, seem to remain a
Kill
problem
leader. Good. Standing taller
About
will make them
existence.
easier to spot.
about being alive.
Coming care package. I love loot.
Now let's go into what is that problem at the
My
sort of
peacekeeper
nitty-gritty
here.
level. Very basic in our thinking
up a
is
zip line.
that we, as it say, one must live. We need to survive,
Pick up your feet. Let's go
to
here.
go on.
Moving
We
to
need,
Echo for a better
therefore,
angle.
Okay.
money,
Going to phase.
food, for this, that, and the other. We must go on.
Waiting for us. Check your maps.
And we know
Zipline deployed.
Got a replicator here.
that we're not going to get away with it for
That
very
spot.
long.
Distracted.
That-
Keeping focus.
After a certain number of years, we're going to die. The thing is going to end. The thing that we call I is going to be as it is in sleep. Deep sleep with no dreams. But that between Now, and that happens,
This way. Let's go.
there may be the most ghastly pains.
Fire on the enemy. I am taking fire, friend.
Not only perhaps the pains of physical disease,
Giving my shields a
being
recharge.
wounded or hurt,
Follow the tunnel.
but the pains are worrying about our failure of responsibility to people who depend on us.
Fire.
And we suffer other people's suffering simply because we're
Taking shots.
and our chemicals respond to the imagination of the sufferings of other people.
Down an enemy.
And what about that?
Down the prey.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Mark right here.
So we can look
Recharging
at
my
these
shields.
and say, now,
Whole squad down.
quite
Hurt
obviously,
it. Recharging shield.
all these problems cannot be solved in a physical way. That is to say, we do not expect
I cracked a
in
target
our
shield.
lifetime
Taking fire.
that medical
Reloading.
skill will make us exempt
I'm
from
bleeding
death.
out. Took down some prey.
We do not seriously
Turning point
expect
in here.
that human beings will all understand
Enemy shield.
and will refrain from war and horrors of that kind, racial prejudice and so on. We don't seriously expect to find
Recharging my
a
shield.
method of being
I'm the new
protected
kill leader.
Bucks
by
here.
taking
Okay.
some sort of drug against all possible disease and pain. So therefore we say, now maybe there's another way around. Maybe
Healing up. Eyes are open though.
Healing up. Looks
that
interesting. Got a
instead
mark
of
there.
solving these
Wall
problems
shot.
at the technical level,
Copy that.
we could
Recharging
solve them at the
shields.
psychological and spiritual level by so disciplining ourselves, by so doing something with ourselves,
Who's ready to
that
fly on a
we
zip
wouldn't
line?
be afraid of it
I am.
anymore. And so, in accord with that motivation, we seek out
Grappling.
spiritual teachers, psychological teachers, this, that, and the other. Could we somehow be made over
Enemy over
so
there.
that we don't
Okay.
worry about the breaking mess by a spiritual discipline?
Look, there's a mark over there.
And you see, if you examine that this
Ultimate isn't ready yet.
wanting to overcome the quaking mess and not have it anymore,
Some prey there.
that precisely is the quaking mess.
Enemy reviving there. Half in the bag.
That we
Frag out.
object
There goes the
is
last one of the
precisely
squad.
what we do about overcoming it. In other words, the activity that we employ in overcoming it is the mess that we
Contact the
object.
target. Reloading.
Do you see that? And it's very important to realize. Then if you do realize it, you raise the question,
Reloading.
then what
I'm
can
bringing
I
it
do?
down. Half the squads have survived, despite their best efforts. I bagged them
What
up.
can I do
Contact with
to
target.
transform the
Taking
quaking
fire,
mess
friends.
Reload.
We
into
killed the
the
last
state of
member.
mind of the
Good
true
work.
mess?
Getting shot at.
Well, if you
Contact
are the
with hostile.
quaking mess, there's obviously
face.
nothing to transform yourself into the state of mind that you idealize as that of being the true mystic.
Need to recharge my shields.
Or whatever.
Opening fire on our target here.
You realize that
Healing up.
everything is
Okay.
phony.
Recharging shields.
That
Recharging my shield.
all your ideals
I am repairing myself.
are simply manifestations of the
Taking
quaking
fire.
mess trying to get away from itself.
Enemy taken down.
And what you are
Need to recharge my shields. Hostile right here.
It is absolutely necessary for me to be different from the way I am. But there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. I cannot be different from that.
Recharging my shields.
Let's say this
Watch it. We're hitting.
different ways. I know that I ought not to be selfish. And I would very much like to be an unselfish person. But the reason why I want to be an unselfish person is that I am very selfish. And I would respect myself if I were unselfish.
Reloading.
I know that I ought to love God.
Recharging my shield.
And
30 seconds left.
whatever. Why do you want to love God?
Recharging
Well,
shield.
because God is the biggest boss. And it's best to be on the side of the big battalions. That's really why I want to do it. In other words, because I'm looking for the safety of my own spiritual skin.
Switching it up.
So I think I'll love all sophisticated saints have known this. St. Paul understood it, St. Augustine understood it, Martin Luther understood it. They didn't know what the hell to do about it.
In progress.
I found the next ring location for us. Check your maps.
We're already inside the next ring.
My
Time
ultimate's
to find
ready.
a good perch.
And yet something has to be done.
Hostile spotted.
Let's explore this way.
Obviously.
Tag some prey. Opening fire on our prey.
Should be included.
But you realize when you
Reloading.
Taking a new
there's
angle.
nothing you can do. And this, therefore, is our point of departure.
A mark over there.
That we here
Punching a tunnel.
Tracking down those there. Mark, right here. Get in shot
mutually
at.
realize
Opening fire on the enemy.
Portal placed.
there's nothing we can do to be anything else.
That's not me.
Enemy down.
Enemy down. I'm enemy shield.
Contact with target. Replicator. Got a replicator coming in. 1 second. We got this.
The capacity for the horrors. About what life can do.
Making contact with enemy. Broken enemy shield. Pulse.
As
Hostile
much
over
of
there.
a blind alley, a cul-de-sac,
My mom would approve.
as it sounds.
Not easy to get her.
Enemy over there.
Because if you discover a blind
Need to
alley,
recharge my shields.
it tells you
Prey there. Prey inside. Moving there.
over an area of land. And you will see that it puts out fingers.
Recharging shield.
And some of them stop. Because they come into blind alley.
Opening
The
fire.
water doesn't pursue that.
Charging shield.
They spotted me.
And
I'm
then
taking
it
shots.
finds
We've got a minute till the ring closes. Time to form safe. Down to mark.
Whole squad's down.
uses
We made the right choices.
Any
2
other.
other squads remain.
You're the new kill
Only
leader.
uses weight.
Congrats. Too bad.
Got it.
I don't know
It
how
takes
to
the
feel
line
about
of least resistance
The ring is in
and
close
eventually finds a
proximity.
course.
Less than 1 minute.
Now we will do the same thing. Only we're ashamed of it. But we're going to do it anyhow.
Look, prey there with level 2 shield.
We think
Running with the
that
full
when we
squad.
come to a
We're
dead
close to
end,
the ring. 30
a
seconds
blind
left.
alley. Oh, I failed. Supposing the water, at each place where a finger of water stretches out over
Setting
dry
up a zip
ground
line.
and doesn't go any further because the land
10
is too
seconds.
high,
The ring is fairly
the
close.
water would say to itself, I failed. You would
Might
say
be
it was
something good
neurotic.
this way.
Heard that.
Just wait, and it will find a way.
I can see that the ring is
Now,
on the
when you
map.
find see that this predicament
Care
that I've
package
been
coming down.
describing to you,
Replenish the sword.
that there's no way of transforming yourself to become this fearless, joyous, divine being as distinct
Prey
from
spotted
your
over there.
Hostile over there.
When you
Let's
says
go this
no
way.
way,
Agreed.
this is not a gloomy announcement. It is
Prey
a
in sight.
very, very
Adjust your
important
scope.
communication.
They're far. Got a tag on it. Opening fire on our prey.
Because the land is telling the water, this
Ultimate's
isn't the
almost
way
ready.
to go. So in the same way, life is telling you that's not the way to go.
Close to me. I'm down. That's on that.
It's telling you
Frag out.
the message underlying this is you cannot transform yourself.
Frag out.
Is giving out the message that
Follow the tunnel.
Cracked an enemy
the
shield.
you
Look out,
that you
Richard.
imagine to be capable of transforming yourself doesn't exist.
1 minute.
Giving my shield to recharge.
Right. This way. Let's go.
The enemies are shooting at me. Cracked an enemy shield.
Separate from
45
my
seconds.
emotions,
Rings
my
close.
thoughts, my feelings, my experiences.
Hold on.
Control of.
Broke that enemy shield.
Cannot control them because it isn't there.
Recharging my shields. Catching myself up.
The enemies are shooting at me. Firing.
And as soon as you understand that,
Listen, let's go
things
here.
will be better.
Hostile.
What do you mean? By
Jiggle
That's how you
says,
ended.
GG.
GG.
we're going to make some
Holy
experiments
fuck.
at some number of different levels. The ordinary way. What do you mean by the word I?
You are
I
the Apex
myself.
champions.
Your personality, your ego. What is it? Well, first of all, obviously, it's your image of yourself. It's composed of what people have told you about yourself, who you are, how they've reacted to you and given you an impression that that's the sort of person you are. It's all your education goes into this, the style of life you put on and so forth. But it's an image, it's an idea, it's your thought about yourself, and I suppose yourself is in fact not this, but is, to begin with, your total physical organism, your psychological organism, and beyond that, an organism doesn't exist as an isolated thing any more than a flower exists without a stalk, without roots, without earth. So in the same way, although we are not stalked on the ground, we are nevertheless inseparable from a huge social context of, well, to begin with, parents, siblings, people who work for us and everything. I mean, it's just impossible to cut ourselves off from a social environment, and also furthermore from a natural environment. We are that. There's no clear way of drawing the boundary between this organism and everything that surrounds it. And yet, the image of ourselves that we have does not include all those relationships. Our idea of personality of ourselves includes no information
I came here for
whatsoever
revenge, but I'll stay for the
about the
treasure.
hypothalamus,
Powered up and ready to go.
the pineal gland, really of the way we breathe,
Prepared?
of how our blood circulates, of how we manage to form a sentence, how we manage to be conscious,
This is your champion.
how you open and close your hand. The information contained in your image of yourself contains nothing about all that.
Jump master. Jump
And therefore, obviously, it's an extremely inadequate image. But nonetheless, we do think
Here we go.
that
It's
the
a
image
long
itself
drive.
refers to something.
Let's explore this
Because
way.
we have the impression, very strongly indeed,
Let's
that
explore
I
this way.
exist. And this isn't just an idea, it's a feeling. It's really substantially there in the middle of us. And what is it?
Guys, what's good? Okay, amigos.
You're sitting on the floor and you feel the floor is there and is real and hard. What are you sitting on the floor? What do you have the sensation of? You know, it's you here. When you're not hitting.
Might be some backpack here. Level 1.
Well, in what part of your body do you feel yourself? The real eye.
Pop up here. Double tap trigger.
Level 2.
We can explore this very deeply.
First
But I'm
blood,
going
and
to give
it's
you a
not us.
preliminary and
Wonderful.
superficial answer. The sensation which corresponds to the image of ourselves is a chronic muscular tension. Which has absolutely no useful function whatsoever.
Here I go.
Open. Got an Evo shield. Got a
It is when you try,
tap trigger.
say, to concentrate. What are you doing?
What the fuck are you doing?
We're already inside the next ring. There's better be
When I was a little boy in school, I had sitting next to me another boy who had great difficulty in reading. And
Jump right in position.
as he worked over the textbook with its perfectly piffling information, he groaned and grunted to try to read and get out the sound, as if he were heaving enormous weights
I'll take that.
with his muscles.
Heavy ammo here. Optics.
You
Light
know.
ammo here. Level 2.
This is double tap, dude. You ain't pick it up?
Nah.
I need the light.
You know? The enormous weights he was heaving. And, you know, the teacher was vaguely impressed that he was trying. And it had absolutely, all this tying up has absolutely nothing to do with the way your mind works.
Fuck.
Because look, if you try to see hard, you're very defensive, and you make tight muscles around here.
If you want a barrel, let me know.
Jaws a bit.
That's literally what I'm looking
That will
for.
make your vision more fuzzy. Because if you want to see something clearly, you must not make an effort. You must simply trust your eyes and your nervous system to do their thing. So you just look like that. I was writing the other night and I completely forgot somebody's name. But I knew
Who you guessing?
eventually my memory would produce it.
You're getting busy over here on this right side. I'm putting it for you.
Put that portal.
I
Perfect.
said to my you know very well who this person is. Please give me the answer. It's a fine.
More clip going time more. Right on time more. Right on time.
Give me a second.
Because that's the way nerves work. Okay. They forcing.
You got this. You got it. You got it. You got it. More jump down if you need help, boy. I can't go up there.
Concentration.
Oh, you got it, both.
Our memory.
Good shit, boys. They picked up on the other side. I'm pushing that team.
And indeed our very love. We've tried to force it with muscles.
They're right here. They're right here.
They're coming to you, yeah. Pull back. Let your team come to you, bro. It's 3v1, Leo.
Muscular effort yourself to have an erection. Women will understand me if I say you cannot.
Right here, more on the left, man.
And there is absolutely nothing.
Okay, bitch. Stop playing with me, nigga. Pussy ass nigga. Who the fuck you thought he was, dude? That nigga's pushing me up. Mo, I'm pushing in this nigga, huh? John physics, Mo, my physics.
The notion that
On
we
me.
have of ourselves
Mo, back up, man.
is of an image of ourselves.
I'm pushing.
Does not fit the fact.
How many more? How many? Oh, you got it.
I'm dead. Right there.
Sensation of
No, you're not where?
which is futile.
Throwing jump drive.
So that what you perceive to be yourself
Good shit, brother. Dodge this stupid ass. Clear this shit out. Let's clear this out. Light. Mo, you don't got your thing? Yeah, beautiful. That's literally what I wanted.
So, well, what are we? That isn't the case.
Good shit, though, boys. Like to work, like to work.
If you take a scientific point of view,
What you need? A Stevie?
then you're
Cause that's what I need.
I need syringes.
about which we know very little.
I need a stabilizer, nigga.
Is inseparable.
Damn, they was going through bodies over here.
R301.
And so you are the organism.
They was going through bodies over here, no cap.
No less than the universe. Each one of you is the universe
I need a body shield.
expressed in the place which you feel is here and
How do I
now.
only have 100 and fucking...
You're an aperture.
Bitch, I got almost 400.
Is looking
Definitely get your incoming, friends.
exploring this. And we're going to go into that much more deeply. So when that you are a lonely.
Does he have light? That's what I need. Don't shoot it, don't shoot it, I need it.
Isolated.
Making contact with enemy.
Come, somebody landed on my boy, bro.
Back up, back up.
Truth is the reverse. You are
Oh, he's dead.
all the works that there is. It always was.
Yeah, I crashed him. I cracked this boy.
Just as my whole body,
You ready, you ready?
Right there.
which is exploring and which contributes.
Let's go, boys, let's go, boys. Mo, you so far, Mo.
Help it to find
They're right here somewhere.
and so you,
Damn, Mo, just pick us up, just pick us up, just pick us up. Don't even push.
Give me a
Just pick
second.
us up.
you're a self,
Mo, I'm telling you. Oh, good shit.
and it's
Pick us up, just pick him up, pick him up.
itself.
Can you give me a second? Please, Leo.
So that you as a function, you are.
God, bro.
Hostile right here.
If this is so,
What happened?
these facts do not fit the way we feel.
Pressed right now, and I'm not thinking about what I'm doing.
Because we feel it the other way around. I am a little lonely thing exploring all this universe and trying to make something out of it, get something out of it, do something with it. And I know I'm going to fail because I know I'm going to die one day. So we're all fundamentally depressed. And think up all these fantasies about what's going to happen to us when we're dead and all that kind of thing. What's going to happen to you when you're dead? What do you mean you? If you are basically the universe, that question is irrelevant. You never were born and you never will die. Because what there is you. And that should be absolutely obvious. But it is not obvious at all. That should be the simplest thing in the world. That you, the I,
Ready, steady, go.
is what has always been going on and always will go on forever and ever.
Alright, so I did my hair for this. Nothing wrong with looking good in the ring, and I look
But we
good.
have been
Today
bamboozled
smells like victory. I love pretending to smell.
by
Sniff,
religion,
sniff.
by politicians, by fathers and mothers, by all sorts of people. Tell us,
Introducing your champion.
you're not it.
Get ready. I'm coming for you, friend.
And we believed it.
I'm the jump
So,
master.
do you see
No
now
pressure,
why,
me.
if I put it to you in this very negative way, you can't do anything to change yourselves, to become better, to become happier, to become more serene, to become mystics or anything. If I
Hold
say
your
you
breath.
can't do a
If you
damn
have a
thing,
respiratory system, might be something good this way.
can you understand this negative statement in a positive way? What I'm really saying is that you don't need to. Because if you see yourselves in the correct way, you are all as much extraordinary phenomena of nature as, say, trees, clouds, the patterns in running water, the shape of fire, the arrangement of the stars, the form of a galaxy. You are all just like that.
Oh, someone got the party started.
Beginning ring countdown.
Great. Already inside the ring.
There's nothing wrong with you at all.
Caution. Opening hole. Explosive.
Except that I have to add this little flip. You have in you, you do think there's something wrong with you. See? And there's no question, you do. We all object to ourselves in various ways.
Level 2.
And I'm going to add, there's nothing wrong with that either. Because that's part of the flow. That's part of what is going on. That's part of what we do. So I don't, you see, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to deliver you from the sense of guilt. Because I'm going to teach you that you needn't feel guilty because you feel guilty. Of course you feel guilty.
Broken enemy shield.
It's like someone put a match on you and you feel hot. So they torture you.
Right there.
Guilty and you
Give
feel
him my
guilty.
shield to recharge.
They say, well, if someone comes
What
on,
the?
you shouldn't.
What is
It's not the problem.
that? 21.
I'm going to say, it's not what you
Come out
should.
with a decoy.
Don't worry about it.
50 HP! Oh no, he got none. Okay, good. How is the last guy?
Incoming care package. I love loot.
Go along.
We just
Go along.
eliminated the
Go
whole
along.
squad. Don't worry, I'm here.
Nice kill, compadre.
Inside the crate and heal up.
So therefore, this is the beginning of meditation.
I'm gonna get the Phoenix kit.
You don't know what you're supposed to do. What can you do? Well, if you don't know what you're supposed to do, you watch. You simply watch what's going on. Like, say, somebody plays music. You listen.
Someone's got to take out the new kill leader.
Just
They're too
follow
cocky.
those sounds. And eventually, you understand the point of the music. The point cannot be explained in words because music is not words. But after a while, in listening to any music, you will understand.
Deployed.
And that point will be the music itself. So in exactly the same way, you can listen to all experiences, because all experiences whatsoever are vibrations coming in. You are the vibration.
You don't really care if I can get
You really feel out what is happening. What you are aware of as you and as everything else is all the same. It's a vibrations of all kinds.
It's
Bandwidth,
might be something good this way.
emotion vibrations, touch vibrations, sound vibrations. All these things adding together are woven. All the different senses are woven.
Kraber here.
And you get a pattern in the weaving.
Oh, say
And that
less.
pattern is the picture of what you now feel.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I love you too.
Now, instead of saying, what should I do about it? Because who knows what to do about it? To know what to do about this, you would have to know everything.
Evo shield here.
And if you
Level
don't,
2.
then the only thing that, at least to begin with,
No.
I can use that.
you can do is watch. Watch what's going on. Watch not only what's going on the outside, but also what's
Optics
going
here.
on the inside.
Close range.
Treat your own thoughts, your own reactions, your own emotions about what's going on outside as if those inside reactions were also outside things. That you're just watching. And follow, simply observe how they go.
Yeah, they sound so
Note
close.
now, you may say this is difficult.
Close range.
I am bored by watching what is going on. Let's say you sit quite still and you are simply observing what is happening.
Jigglevisage says, rush.
You have a good positioning right now.
Different shapes and lights in front of
Jigglevisage says,
all
okay.
the feelings on your skin, inside your skin, belly rumbles, thoughts going on inside your head, chatter, chatter, chatter. I ought to be writing a letter to someone.
Back over there, okay?
I should have done this. There's all this bilge going on. See, you just watch. But then you say to yourself, but this
They're not
is
even
boring.
coming this way.
Ready to fly on a zip line.
Now, watch that too.
We aren't all in the
What is it? What kind of a funny feeling is it that makes you say, but this is boring? Where is it?
What's
Where
this
do you
stuff
feel it?
fighting?
I should be doing something else instead.
They're dropping a replicator.
What's that thing? What part of your body is it in?
New kill leader.
Is it in here? Is it in here? Is it in the soles of your feet? Where is it? Boring. The feeling of boredom can be very interesting if you try to look it up.
They're coming. Oh no, I thought they were coming.
So you simply watch at everything going on without attempting to change it in any way, without judging it, without calling it good or bad. You watch. That is the essential process of meditation. I was trying to explain this morning.
Survey beacon here.
Fan to the woozle. Sending out a decoy.
What, for want of a better word, we call meditation, or I sometimes prefer to say contemplation, is really supposed to be contemplation.
Oh, I got sniped. Right here.
And I have some difficulty in conveying this idea because everybody takes everything to do with religion seriously.
Right here.
They're far.
Copy that.
And you must understand that I'm not a serious person. I may be sincere, but not serious.
Charging on my shields. Enemy spotted. Way out there, like
Because I don't think the universe is serious. And the trouble gets into the world very large because the various beings take themselves seriously instead of playing. And after all, you must become serious if you think
Imagine the laser that's like this.
Oh, I hate this.
You go first.
You will only think that something is desperately important if you're afraid of losing it. And if you're afraid of losing it, it isn't really worth having. People who drag on living because they're afraid to die will teach their children to do the same. And they will teach their children to live that
That's
way.
a different team.
And so it goes on and on. If you were God, would you be serious?
Get them, but I don't see them.
Would you want people to treat you as if you were serious? Would you want
They
to
not
be
go
prayed
to on their left?
Think of all the maudlin things that people say in their prayers. Would you want to listen to that all the time? Would you encourage
We're in the middle. Oh, he's right here.
Not if you were God.
Lucky us. We are on back inside the ring.
Oh, it's two different teams.
So in the same way, meditation is different. You see, therefore,
Target over there.
from the sort of things that people
On the roof,
because it doesn't have any purpose.
Put that care package
Practicing rifle shooting or playing the piano.
there's an out team over
Which
there.
one does in order to attain certain
There's
perfection.
an out fucking team.
You practice in order to make perfect. You practice the piano to want to perform.
Oh, he's right here. Oh, that's a
You
clone.
don't practice meditation that way.
More friends are
Because if
coming
you
to
do,
kill
you're
us.
not meditating.
There's another squad.
The only way in which you can talk about the
Oh my
practice of
God.
meditation is to
I snapped someone over here for 140.
when somebody says that he practices medicine.
Therefore,
Which way are you guys going? Watch it, but there's a team over there.
Maybe he does it the same way every day.
Remember the team that was shooting
Maybe
behind us?
That's fine.
Recharging shields.
Because in meditation,
There, right there.
there's no
Oh,
idea.
he uses all.
In practicing learning things, time is of the essence. Let's do it as fast as possible. Let's find a faster way of learning how to do
Let's go this way.
it. Meditation, a faster way of learning, is of no importance whatsoever. Because its focus is always on the present. And there may occur
Right in the middle.
but it's the same way that a plant grows.
Let's explore this way.
Once upon a time in China,
There's a whole, there's a now team over there. There we go. Really good.
I knocked the Valkyrie over there. Get a push that.
Push your teammate.
was dead.
I have been down.
Well, what happened was that he had gone and pulled each stalk up on the
Bamboozle him.
Oh no, he's got me. Oh my god.
like a plant.
They could just follow me. Come on, come on, come on.
No progress is involved in the transformation of an acorn into an oak.
I'm gonna grab his banner quickly.
Because the acorn is a perfect acorn. And the sapling is a perfect sapling. And the big oak tree is a perfect oak, which again produces acorns.
Yeah, right there.
I saw someone, and I told
No! No! Ah! Ah! That's what I get for clearing his brain.
It is arrived at every stage, and it cannot be otherwise. So the meditation work is the same. Exactly.
Yeah, there's camp in the box over there.
So we should not talk about beginners
Oh wait, I got the thing.
as distinct from experts.
Already in the next ring. I smell victory. Kinda smells like...
Is that gonna come here because I'm using
We
this?
should develop, if we could, a new vocabulary.
Oh, care package.
I can't make clutch with that.
It's very difficult in the context of our competitive world.
Jigglevisage says, THX.
There's armor here and there should be a gun there.
Bring about the idea of doing something,
What the fuck?
which is not
I'm hiding in this grass area over here. You guys wanna come here too? There's a whole grass area.
when you understand what I've been talking about.
Here.
No
Go
experience separate from experience. Well, then you don't get anything out of life.
Here, if I can do it.
Anything from
We're
meditation.
already in the ring. Guess I'll run in circles for fun.
So we have here a sort of law of reversed effort.
Camp on this ugly ass rock.
Hostile right here.
Someone's here, yeah.
You must therefore understand that as a background to
Whole
anything
team.
said about
Did we just, I don't know, way out.
because whenever we talk about techniques, we seem to be talking about
Harvey, what do you think? I'm gonna leave it
very
alone.
competitive things. Mastery.
Running out of ideas.
The idea of mastery.
Out of
technique.
circle.
Ring's close. 1 more minute.
But on the other hand, if you play a musical instrument, technique is very important
Contact with target.
in the making of a satisfactory sound. But if you
We should go
force
this way.
the learning of technique or force the performance of it,
Death box here.
everyone will hear it. And you will hear it with the forcing of it yourself. It will be
Contact with
unmusical.
target.
Send in a decoy. Wait, how do I want not decoy?
And so you have to address yourself to the playing of an instrument without hurry. And
Growing Arcstar.
never force anything.
I think this place needs a little work.
Jigglevisage says, there was a Dirath box.
Point, then, where the instrument seems to play itself. And when you get that peculiar feeling of the sound that is coming out of a flute or a violin string or whatever, is as it were happening
My
of
ultimate is
itself,
ready. Woohoo.
then you're playing the instrument properly.
Watch it, they're gonna be coming this way.
Bam to the woozle. Sending out a decoy.
There's a team right here.
And they're not here.
Jiggle.
There's a team coming
Yeah.
this way too.
Charging shields.
Takes over.
spy over there by that big tree.
Oh, here already.
Contact.
This is the difference between spiration and inspiration.
Hey now, another squad coming in.
Two fucking teams. You gotta go back with Ring. Go dagger. Go with dagger. There's 2 teams there.
The act of worship is inspired by the Holy Spirit.
Jesus, I back up over there and then there's
The
another.
monks are chanting.
Charging shields.
They are told that the Holy Spirit is chanting through them. They are tunes.
They're all fighting over there.
Fuck, dude. Lifeline is low.
Give him my shield to recharge.
Because there is a
Fuck! Crap, dude. He's going up, she's going up! 21!
Oh my god, I was so pinched.
But on the other hand, you breathe all the time when you're not thinking about it. And in that way, it's involuntary. You must breathe. And so it is the faculty attending to which we can realize the unity of the voluntary and involuntary systems. So therefore, what is called anapanasati in Buddhism means mindfulness of the breath, watching breath. And watching breath is fundamental in meditation.
First of all, I was with our random.
Because it's like sound. It's so easy to see that happens.
Am I supposed to say more stuff?
As distinct from what we thought of as the doing. Breath happens.
Today will be one of those experiences where you'll sit back and say, oh yeah, I remember that.
Get with the happening of breath. And in getting with it, you can do extraordinary things with it.
This is your champion.
Any of you
Anyone who
lads up for a
swims
campfire
knows this.
sing-song after?
Anyone who sings. Anyone who does, as a matter of fact, any athletic thing knows that the breathing is important.
Echo's the jump master.
These
Well, I am, but Echo likes to think he is. May your bullets hit their marks, and not me.
What you're doing with your breathing is the whole art.
Oh, they're already down there.
Right over there.
Oh shit, where we're going? Oh dude, that's the team.
Powerful
My
breath
raw magnetism.
is not worked by muscle power. It is worked by gravity, by weight. And what I would like you to do is, if you will sit upright, and the reason for this is very simple, that the part of your body in which the breathing is occurring is unencumbered. And also sitting upright on the floor, you are slightly uncomfortable, so that you won't go to sleep.
Taking a moment to recharge my shield.
Let's go, Echo.
And in any peaceful and quiet state of mind, it's very easy to go to sleep.
Hey, I don't have a long range.
Echo's got an angle. Moving there.
Simply
Rings far
become
with
aware
45
of your
seconds to go.
breathing, without trying to do anything about it at all.
Pick up your feet. Let's go here.
Party started.
Grab some prey.
Let it happen.
Shatter the prey. Level 1 shields on a mark over there.
What?
Running with the full squad.
Should I chase him by myself?
You are also at the same time letting your ears hear
Archer out.
whatever they want to hear. In other words, you let them hear just as you're letting them.
I was, but as I am doing. There's some guys they all went that side.
Now, beyond this, can you get the idea of breathing out?
Praise tag. Take him down.
Fall out without pushing.
Taking a moment to heal.
Got a tag on him. Someone gave that Ray level 2 shield. Running with a full squad.
Do it with the same sort of feeling that you have when you let your body drop into a very comfortable bed.
Recharging shields.
There goes. Fall. Let weight go. And then after a while, the rest will return.
Someone was wounded. Someone traveled through here.
Fuck you. Shit.
Give my shield to recharge.
And drop in until you've had enough.
I just gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
And then let it drop out again.
Recharging shields. Let's move here.
It's a good idea in this
Time to hunt, little guy.
Damn, he's good looking.
Allowing there to be a slight sensation of moving air on your lips so that you know you're breathing and that you're not just straining your muscles. But never force anything. Just have the feeling of it going that way by virtue of weight. And then, as you let the breath fall,
someone was gathering loot here not long ago. Someone traveled through here
you
recently.
simply float a sound.
They're down there. They're dipping. We could take the rail and cut them off first.
A note that seems agreeable to your voice. And as you breathe out heavily, imagine
Shots fired and they're
that
hitting me.
yourself,
Enemy shield cracked.
whatever you feel.
Grenade. Down the hostile and Scotty.
Some prey. Check out Prey's shield. Prey spotted.
He's one shot. Oh fuck. Oh my god. This one's one shot. Good shit. Last one in the back.
Marking our surroundings.
Oh, there's a now team.
Yep.
Wow. Oh, you can switch my armor if you need it.
Hugging an arc star.
Or mirror assisted.
friend.
We're not soldiers. We're a team.
This is your champion.
I'm referring to a kind of experience, a kind of, shall we say, state of consciousness, which seems to be as prevalent among human beings as measles. It's something that simply happens, and we don't know why it happens. And although there are all sorts of techniques which claim to be able to promote it, and which are more or less successful in doing so, and sometimes rather less.
I got your back. Let's talk.
Nevertheless, there is this peculiar thing that happens. And it's been recorded.
Let's go this way.
Some of your beaver got first blood.
As we have any recording at all. And that is coming over people the peculiarly convincing sensation that their ordinary sense of individuality, personal identity, is transcended. And the individual suddenly feels an experience. Actually, it could be described from a number of quite different points of view.
Another squad's popping their heads in.
But we could add up these dominant characteristics.
Recharging my shields.
Ring is pulling up
That
in 30
instead
seconds.
of I as an individual in this kind of experience, I find myself of one and
Heads
the
up.
same
Making an adjustment to my mobile shield.
nature or
Ring at
identity
10. We're close though.
as the world outside. In other words, I suddenly feel no longer a stranger to the world, but as if the external world were my own body.
Not to be predictive, but the ring's on the move and we're not inside her yet.
The next aspect of the feeling is even more difficult to assimilate to our ordinary practical intelligence. But a very overwhelming feeling that everything that happens, everything I have ever done, everything anybody else has ever done, was part of our harmonious design. That there is no error at all.
Incoming care package. I love loot.
Now, you see, I'm not talking about a philosophy. I'm not talking about a rationalization. Some sort of theory that somebody could have in the world, make it seem a tolerable place.
Kill leader. Time to battle.
I'm talking about a rather whimsical,
Phoenix kid here.
unpredictable experience that suddenly hits people.
Give me my shield to recharge.
And it includes this element of feeling the total harmoniousness of everything. Now, I realize that those words
Oh, yes, please.
can carry with them a sort of sentimental feeling, a sort of Pollyanna feeling.
Heavy ammo here.
There are various religions in our society today which try to inculcate in you the belief that everything is a harmonious unity. You know, things like Christian Science or the unity movement and so on. They want to make a kind of propaganda for one to believe it, and through believing to feel it. In my mind, that is a
Here's a pick-me-up, pals. Singularity deployed. Hot burrows.
Because this sensation of things being harmonious is somehow never brought about by insisting to yourself that that is so. Because when you do that, when you would say to yourself, all things are light, all things are God, all things are beautiful, etc. Actually, by doing that, you're implying that they're not. Because you wouldn't be saying this stuff.
Dropship inbound.
A kind of universal harmony cannot come to us when it is sought. When we look for it as something to be an escape from the way we actually feel or to compensate for the way we actually feel. It's a thing that comes out of the blue. And when it comes out of the blue, just like hiccups come out of the blue, or something like that, it's overwhelmingly convincing. And it stands as, actually, the foundation for most of mankind's profound philosophical, mystical, metaphysical, and religious ideas. Someone, in other words, to whom this sort of thing has happened. And as I said before, it strikes as measles may strike. Someone to whom this sort of thing
It's hyper-death out there. Now that I understand.
It has happened. And he has to get up and tell everybody about it. And the last
because the wind calls our victory.
Because people say, look at that man, how happy he is.
This is
What
your
conviction
champion.
he has. He has no doubt. He seems to be sure in everything he does. Yeah, it's a wonderful thing about a great human being. He's like
I'm the jump master.
or a flower.
You know, it
See,
should
when a
be
flower
fall
buds,
master.
the bud goes pop, and
Falling's most of
there's no
it.
hesitation or doubt about it.
I will choose our location for
But
bets.
when a young woman enters society as a debutante, no, she's not quite sure if she's going to come up. And she appears on the stage of society with some doubts in her mind. Therefore, moral appearances of this kind were rather sickly. But when the bird sings, or the chicken's egg breaks, I love it! There's no doubt about it at all. Not sport. And so in the same way, when somebody has an experience...
Jigglevisage says, success isn't read by how much money you have but by how full you. Jigglevisage says, feel.
Looking dreadfully serious.
I don't understand your proverbs, sir.
Let the games begin. Looking as if the act of living were extremely difficult. But from his standpoint, the person
We're already inside the next ring. Time to find a good person.
But they don't understand. But there isn't any problem at all. That he has seen from where he stands.
Let's find a good perch.
Taking
a new angle.
Being alive. It's just being alive.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
That is to say,
Evo shield here. Level 2.
I look at the color of your hair.
Heavy ammo here.
The shape of your eyebrow.
Open supply bin over here.
And I understand that that is the point. That's what we're all here for.
Sniper stock here. Level 3. Good if you want to keep
Oh,
your shoulder
yeah.
in its socket.
No object. And yet here is everybody rushing around in a great panic. As if it were necessary for
And they put them as well.
to achieve something beyond all that.
We're already inside the ring?
And the funny thing is, they're not quite sure what it is. But they are devilishly intent upon it. After that thing.
Enemy spotted. Way out there.
Tag on him. I cracked the target's shield.
Down one. Reloading.
But it's not something that
Leroy Jenkins.
you don't say those damn fools. Those idiots. You say, what a pity.
Down to mark.
They're not getting back up from that.
Although they are going around in this wildly
Tucking a frag
It's
grenade.
the third.
one of the funny things about you is they don't realize
Apparently, because he ain't dead yet.
it meant a sense in which their pursuit is magnificent. It's to give an outburst sense to the saying, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Reloading.
Turn that into a song. Not forgive them, but give them a blessing, because they don't know what they do. Give them an honor.
Recharging shields.
In other words, the intent
Getting a fresh angle.
here from this standpoint. Not to be fooled.
Gonna blow open this hole. Then clear.
Be a kind of marvel. In the same way, perhaps, you could say that the protective coloring of a butterfly who has somehow contrived to make its wings look like enormous
Looks interesting
eyes.
over here. Barrel
So
stabilizer
when a
here.
bird
Level
is
2.
about to devour this beast, confronted by these staring eyes,
Laser sight here.
bird
Level
is a
2.
little hesitating, as when you stare at somebody, they always take a little bit aback. So the butterfly appears to stare at birds.
Enemy spotted over there.
Perhaps you see this phenomenon of the marvelous staring wings of the butterfly.
See someone out there?
Is in some way a result
I hit him
of
for
anxiety.
9.
The anxiety to survive, all the problems struggling with matches.
He's twice shield.
Pick up your feet. Let's go here. Forget it.
Nevertheless, in
Wow, good drill.
Taking damage.
intense struggle, we are unknowing
Need a new angle on this.
Ooh,
Reloading. Down to mark.
fat there.
ideas.
Fatty teammate. Shit. Where's that mag? Oh, that was champion squad.
Charging on my shields.
Central and supreme self behind
Recharging
all
my
existence
shield.
gets lost and is followed.
Charging shields.
And pretend
Charging shield.
that he or it or he, she or whatever you want to call it is all the creatures that there are and gets totally involved. And thus you see, the more involved,
That or he's
the
just
more
like running off and
anxious,
Care package over
the
there.
more
Let's get on
finite,
that.
the more limited the infinite manages to feel itself to be. The greater the artistry, the greater the depth of the illusion created. For you see,
Sniper
all
stock
art
here. Level 2.
is in a way
Good if you want to keep your shoulder in its socket. Knockdown shield here.
the art
Level
of
3.
magician is the art of illusion, the art of misdirecting attention.
Let me get my Kraber, dude.
To appear. And so in this way,
It's because I smack people with it, that's why.
the more there is
I'm not kidding, dude. Every time I use it, I just be slapping people.
the more there
We're
is
already inside the ring.
They peek their head, boom. Now it's gone.
to that degree,
Had a head. Now you
Laser sight here. Level 2. Replicator incoming.
behind
Could
us,
have used
behind
one.
us, behind us.
Standard stock here. Level 2.
reading a novel,
I bet I know who it is.
the author or the actor manage to bring and to persuade you just for a moment that you are actually involved in reality. The more they have succeeded as art.
Crack the bad dude's
You may
shield.
have a faint recognition in the back of your mind that this is
Down.
after all only a
Down,
play.
down.
When you sit
Reloading.
on the edge of your seat and you're sweating and your hands touch the arms of the chair, the scene so gripping.
I got this one.
Magnificent act. So the Hindus feel that the whole arrangement of the cosmos is something exactly like that.
Aye.
Current angle sucks. Switching it up.
That one out for the count.
Sweating it out. You're wondering where
Sniper stock here.
to
Level
operate on
3.
you in a matter of life and death as a competent man or a scholar.
Y'all good over there?
It's a good thing, or whether it's going to make you lose your
Grab some prey. I cracked a target's shield.
all those matters of politics are exactly the same as when you're sitting in the theater.
Nailed that
Y'all
whole
good?
Putting it out there, but now it's far more convincing.
Yeah, we finally just found the third guy.
Half
Or
the
he
squads
finally
have
showed up and
survived,
somehow
despite
got
their best
got
efforts.
banners.
As the Hindus would say,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he showed up.
the basis of you. The thing that is real in you and that connects you under the surface with every other being that is alive. This is the player of the past. This is the maker of the illusion. This is the player of the game that got you involved in this mess. and is living it up the same way as those actors on the
Better angle at echo location. Echo location.
I've got R301 Peacekeeper.
Because basically everybody loves.
Oh, but I was beaming that kid with this R301.
Game of hide and seek.
Oh shoot!
Scanning the area.
Running up behind yourself in the dark and saying, boom!
Thermite grenade sent.
Hey, since I think the jar are there, come here. You take my jump pad and get around them.
And this is the most human thing. That's why we go to play.
Teammate apparently is going to teammate you.
Actually, he's on the rocks.
Moving to echo for a better angle.
So-called real
Shit, Austin. Oh, watch your gas, bro.
Care package coming.
Everything.
That's shit.
Recharging my shield.
Good lord.
You are fortunate we are on the same team.
I have tried to show you at various times that there's really one simple principle that underlies everything. And it's so simple it's fun. The principle is all insides have outsides. Because you see, you don't know that the inside is inside unless there's an outside. You don't know that the outside is outside unless there's an inside. Okay, then you, as you ordinarily feel yourself, are the inside. You are the animate, sensitive being inside the skin. But the inside of the skin
I really know how to bring the...
If there weren't the outside of the skin, there wouldn't be no inside. And the outside of the skin is the whole darn cosmos. Galaxy beyond galaxy and everything. See? And that goes with the outside. The same way that front goes with back. So that if you wake up and understand that, you find that the two are one and the same identity, one and the same self, one and the same life. So that's the mystic's point of view. He finds that out. Now if I may switch, what is morals? In the sense in which I am using the term morality, morals, it's a set of rules, analogous to the rules of language. Now it's perfectly obvious, isn't it, that we can talk to each other in English only if there is mutual agreement among us.
Time to see if all those drills have paid off. Underestimate me and pay the price.
Refer to what experiences
I accept the challenge.
and what ways of stringing words together to be meaningful are to be used. And it's very much of interest that we don't have too much trouble
Introducing your
in coming
champion.
to this agreement about language. We don't find that the police have to enforce grammar.
This is awesome. I'm the jump master.
The school teacher, yes. For little children, the school teacher does sometimes have to enforce grammar. And say in an authoritative
Hold your
way,
breath if you have to breathe.
That the correct grammatic form. When you grow up in adult life, and very rarely do the police have to enforce it. But it is otherwise with other arrangements that we have to make in common. Because Just as we have to agree in order to communicate about language, we have to agree about, say, the rules of driving on the highway, the rules of doing business, the rules of doing banking, and so on and so on. The rules of family arrangements.
First blood, and it's not us. Wonderful.
And these are actually rules of the same kind.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
But alas, this is not very effective.
Prepare to line your pockets.
Because
my ultimate's ready.
The authority,
Ringing
the sanctions, the power behind these rules.
Thank you.
Is different from the authority behind grammar. What I mean is this. If you transgress the rules of grammar, people will shrug their shoulders and say,
You've got good
well,
taste.
he doesn't make sense.
10 seconds until the ring
They won't
closes.
summon the police.
Grab what you need and let's go.
But if you transgress the rules of driving on the highway, or the rules of finance,
I can see that the ring's moving on the map.
to summon the police. So one sees the authority of the state as standing behind those rules. And there are other rules where our society is standing behind them, not the authority of the state, but the authority of the Lord God Almighty. So that if you transgress those rules, you're in danger not simply of going to jail, but according to your religious persuasion, of frying forever in hell, or on the other hand, of failing lamentably to be a real person.
Oversupply bin over here. Let's go this way.
Heat shield here.
Now,
Let's check out this area.
Copy that.
the problem is this. Where the domain of mysticism and the domain of morals come into conflict. You see, throughout the all-known history of religion,
here I go.
The mystics have been suspect. Insofar as religions have been the upholders of moral rules, as it were the guardians, the authorities, in the same way, for example, as the lexicographers of the grammarians guard the rules of grammar and expound upon them, so in the same way the priesthoods and the lawyers guard the rules of social behavior. But when into the domain of religion there appears the mystical experience, then the priests are very, very disturbed. Now you all know that in
Who's the loader? That's an extended energy mag.
The enemies are shooting at me.
In the most
Watch out for the new kill. Using grapple.
A broken enemy shield.
Various
Reloading.
congregations of the Episcopal Church have had a phenomenon called glossolalia.
Drop down from there.
Revival meeting on a Sunday night, you will hear glossolalia. That is to say, when the preacher starts talking sexually, the congregation gets more and more enthusiastic. That's all. It works up the preacher so that by the time he's not talking sense anymore, he's just lowing. He's going along. In other words, he's become all the
Pinged enemies there, and we ran into them somehow.
Optics here. Close range.
You see, he's become at that moment one in spirit with the universe. Because that's what the stars are doing. The stars above us, the galaxies, they're not making sense. See? They're making a colossal display of fireworks in the sky. They're going like that. Well, it so happened that in recent months, various congregations of the Episcopal Church had outbreaks of it. The Bishop of California, when all this happened, Bishop Pike wrote an encyclical letter to his pastors, said, with all due regard for everything, you know, we must not be too dogmatic. We must recognize always that the Spirit of God may work in mysterious ways that cannot be foreseen. And we should keep an open mind about all these matters. This was said in a very complicated way for several pages. But then finally, when it came to speaking with tongues, in effect, this must not happen in the church. Yeah, I mean, in effect, this is what was said. It was said, you know, the iron hand was in a velvet glove. But this mustn't happen. Now you see, this is characteristically, through the ages, been the attitude of priesthoods, of the guardians of law and order, or as they say in the Episcopal Church, everything should be done decently and in order. The guardians of this kind of thing have always been afraid of the spontaneous manifestations of the Spirit. And not only of things like mysticism, but also of things like falling in love. They are very, very dangerous habits.
This outfit could use some high-caliber accessories.
Astounding paradox.
I've seen it all. Nothing surprises me.
And it goes like this.
I just polished my grapple.
That human love is
Introducing
only
your
genuine
champion.
when it is felt in the depths of the heart. And we know that this is true whether it be the love of man or whether it be the love of God. We are always looking for the genuine answer. We don't want someone to love us because they're forcing it. We want them to love us because they really do in their heart.
Let's make a choice.
When you go back
Land here. Here we go. Ready up. Let's do this.
the history of the people underlying the history of Christianity, you will find this problem in this way. You've got two traditions compensating one against the other, playing each other off in the history of the Hebrew religion. The priestly tradition and the prophetic tradition. The priesthood is always concerned with the external observance of the law.
Peacekeeper here. Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
But the prophetic tradition is always concerned with, do you really mean what you do? They constantly condemn as a hypocrite.
The ring is in close proximity.
They constantly condemn as a hypocrite who obeys the law without
location for us. Check your maps.
Maybe this man does not commit adultery. But the prophet says, if he has looked at a woman to lust after her, he has already committed adultery in his heart. So that if you really obey the law, you obey it with your feelings, and not just outwardly.
The ring's close. 10 seconds.
Or as Jeremiah says, the day will come when no man shall any more say to his brother, no God. That is to say, no law of God. But they will all know, for I will write my law in their inward hearts. The ideal, in other words, is people who do not simply obey and do the right thing, but who want to do the right thing, whose desires are transformed. For the heart, to write the law in the heart means to change one's desire. So you see, what this comes to
find something good here.
is a
Incoming care package. I love loot.
You are required
Level 2.
by law
Peacekeeper here.
to be completely honest.
Got an extended energy mag here.
You are
Level
required
2.
by law to be
Something
loving
good this way.
and
Activating
honest
jump
with
drive.
others. You must love God and love your neighbor honestly. Not forcing, not pretending to it, not being a hypocrite.
Enemy over there.
You must really feel
They're crafting.
Now that, you see, is where
Hostile over
the
there.
astonishing conflict
Two squads maybe.
between the mystic and the moralist.
Enemy over here. They're shooting at me.
Well, the moralist knows that he has to be more than a legalist. He has to be more than one who insists that the outward observance of the law be kept.
Jump drive set.
Luther, that inward
Enemy here.
I got you, friend.
Enemy down. Last member's down. One squad close to the wing. Reloading.
on the idea that one's own inner feeling could be
Contact.
commanded.
Healing. Getting shot at. Enemy shield broken.
The moment
Enemy down. Need to recharge my shield.
you subscribe to the idea that your inner feeling should be commanded,
Cover me. I'm using a
you let
Phoenix kit.
yourself in complete.
Poor choice.
If
Reloading.
you see,
Enemy taken out.
you tell another person
Shield
that you
battery
love
here.
them, because you know you're supposed to love them, and in fact in your heart you don't love them, you're a liar. And therefore, the more you insist on that lie, the more you feel to make your feelings over and to love that
Another
other
squad
person,
down.
the more you get yourself deeper and deeper and deeper into trouble.
Freshening up with a Phoenix kit.
Because here, if anywhere, the truth will out. You will not be able to sustain the pretense. You will not have
Optics
sufficient
here.
energy
Close range.
to go on pretending and making a kind of mock of the feeling of love. And you have it lost, then
Crafting. But keeping
if
focus.
you're honest, say, I don't.
Backpack here. Level 2.
It doesn't matter whether this is to find other human
Energy bag
beings
here.
or whether
Level 4.
in a religious situation you have to sit back and look at the Lord. Say, Lord, I don't love you. I think you're a bore. You're demanding, you're authoritarian, you're domineering. I ought to love you, but I'm sorry I don't.
Might be something good this way. Shield cell here. Hostile close.
Now,
Frag out.
we think this honest expression of our would be disruptive of law and order. I'm not doing this for you because I love you or because I like you. I'm doing it for you because the book says I must. Now that puts it up to the other person, who has to look within himself and say,
Shattered an enemy
all right,
Reloading.
this person, or all I to go about seeing how I could provide myself with these conveniences.
They're shooting at me.
And
Reloading.
he may say, I understand you don't like
Here
this,
I go. Getting shot
but
at.
excuse me, I'm in a terrible jam.
Broken
I
enemy
will,
shield. Reloading.
do most of it, if for a little while yet, you will go against
looks like
your
that was the
feelings.
Don't worry, I'm
Help me
here.
out.
Nice choice.
See, that's a nice way of doing things.
I'm hurt. Using a Phoenix kit.
That's the kind of real understanding that we have to have. I was associated once with somebody who
Cover me. I'm using a
was
Phoenix
a
kit.
complicated person who pretended always that he was a great idealist.
I need heavy ammo.
And that he was doing whatever he did for the benefit of mankind, for the furtherance of mutual understanding, for unselfishness and love between human beings.
I bet we'll find something
But
good
actually,
here.
his dealings were ethically of a very shady character. And I couldn't get on with him because
Extended
he
energy
wouldn't come
back here.
clean.
Level 3. I bet
If he
we'll
had
find
said,
something
"Look,
good here.
I'm in a kind of a jam.
I need light ammo.
And in order to get around this problem, we have to manipulate things fast and so. And I know this isn't very ethical, but that's what we have to do. I would have said, well, I'm entirely in agreement with you.
But here.
Then he wouldn't have come on with this sort of pious line that was so sickening and offensive. He would have come on in a human way, and we would have understood each other. You see, now, how real honesty
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
a genuine basis of
Hostile spotted.
Enemy over there.
real honesty
I wonder what they found.
is always not pretending that your feelings are other than they are. We know, as we deal with
Hostile
this
spotted. There's an
situation
enemy
practically,
close by.
that we may have to do things that go against our feelings. And it's the same with helping people when you have to, whom you don't like. You
My
don't want to
ultimate is
help,
ready.
but on the whole,
Shut
it's
down
not
enemy
necessary to do so.
Firing.
Don't ever
Enemy
be
down.
dishonest
Reloading. Recharging my shields.
in playing that your feelings are not
Supply.
now. From this down,
Care package being delivered.
we can perhaps understand
Incoming care
something
package.
about the deep relationship between morals.
Hostile close. Whole squad down.
I tried to put it
Let's see what they left. Recharging my
humbly in
shield.
the sense that the rightness,
Anyone else
the
want some?
harmonious
Grappling.
of everything that you are from one moment to another.
Hell of a time to go shopping.
That in other words,
Replicator incoming.
human behavior is ups and it's downs. Is no different
Recharging my. Mama's got you now.
from the behavior of the clouds or of the wind or of dancing flames in the fire.
Target over there.
As you watch the pattern of the dancing flames, they never do anything vulgar.
Enemy spotted.
Hostile right here.
They are always perfect.
Need to recharge my
Ultimately,
shields.
it is the same with human beings.
They left, they left.
We are just as
Recharging my
much a
shields.
part of the natural order as flames in the fire or stars in the sky.
I have eyes on the
But
enemy.
this is only apparent
Enemy over there. Never mind.
to the person who is honest in the sense in which I have spoken. In other words, the person
Reloading.
Enemy over there.
is tied up. He can never
Throwing
see
jump
this,
drive.
and he's always a troublemaker. He is the original hypocrite. The person who is unbelievably destructive is the person who pretends that he is a model of love and rectitude and justice, and in fact isn't.
I see an enemy.
Because nobody really can be. But then, superior altogether is what the kind of person I would call the loving cynic. Who knows, of course, that everybody has his weaknesses, right, and so on. But isn't contemptuous for that reason.
Stop driving. Good. We're inside.
Care package.
Incidentally, may I be so bold as to recommend a book?
Shall we?
Memories being receptive.
There's someone over there.
Story of a
I
man
found the next ring location for us.
who,
Check your maps.
in my opinion, was a superb human being in this particular fact of thoroughly knowing his own limitations and of having a certain humor about it.
Shooting at me. Firing.
A man who understood how the devil in himself and the monkey.
Recharging shields.
Taking fire. Recharging shields.
In the metaphysical sphere,
I am taking fire, friends.
Recharging shields.
Recharging
that
shields.
everything that happens is in some way harmonious, in some way right, in some way an integral part
Recharging my shields.
Repairing.
of the universe. Now when we
Jump drive in position.
translate that into the moral sphere, sphere of human conduct, the equivalent is this.
There's someone
There
here.
are no wrong feelings. There may be wrong actions in the sense of acts to the rules of human communication.
Reloading. I downed an enemy. I cracked
But
an
the
enemy
way you
shield.
feel towards other people,
Another squad detached.
loving, hating, etc.,
Shuttered an enemy.
aren't any
Enemy
wrong
spotted.
feelings.
Using jump drive.
And so to try and force one's feelings to be other than what they are.
Enemy shield. 10 seconds. The ring is fairly close. Reloading.
But you see, there are no wrong feelings.
Here.
The people
Heads up.
who are afraid to feel in any case.
Need to recharge. Recharging shields.
And this is one of the peculiar problems with our country. That we are terrified of our
Hostile
feelings
spotted.
Heard that.
because they take off on their own.
Jump drive in position.
And we think that if we give them any scope, and if we don't immediately beat them down,
Let's see what we have
they will
over
lead
here.
us into all kinds of chaotic, destructive action. It's so funny that we,
We're
in
doing
our
great.
Western
Only
culture,
2 other
say
squads
that
remain.
kind of thing, we who do more chaotic and reckless kind of action than anybody ever did,
Enemy over there. Don't
But
let them
if-
see you. Target over
okay.
there.
we would allow our feelings and look upon their comings and goings as something as beautiful and as natural and necessary
over
as
there.
changes in the weather, the going of night and day,
Heard that.
or
They
seasons.
spotted me. I'm taking shots.
1
We
minute.
would be at
The ring
peace
is.
with ourselves.
Recharging my shield.
Here I go.
Because what is problematic for Western man is not so much his problem with other
I am taking fire, friends. I have been downed.
will allow himself to feel
One second, we got this. I cracked an enemy shield. Firing. Watch out. Enemy there.
Giving my shield. Thank you. 30 seconds remain. The ring
There may
is
be a sniper
nearby.
here. Enemy
He's
there.
ashamed
Repairing.
to feel really profoundly sad. So much so that he could cry.
Taking fire.
It is not manly.
Recharging my shields.
Using grapple.
He is ashamed to loathe someone because you are not supposed to hate. He is ashamed
Shot at.
to
Enemy
be
there.
so overcome with the beauty of something, whether it be a natural landscape or a natural reality. All that kind of thing, not being in control, not having my hand on the wheel.
Come on. I still need you.
what you feel. It's never wrong that you feel that way. It may not be a right guide to what you should do. In other words, if you feel that you hate someone intensely, it isn't necessarily the right way of dealing with that feeling to go out and cut his throat. But it is right that you should have the feeling of hating, or of being sad, or of what? Frightened, terrified, whatever it is. Or you see, when a person comes to himself, he comes to be one with his own feelings. And that is the only way of being...
We'll get along beautifully. Just don't touch my things.
It is in exactly this way...
Lost in the wild, cold and alone. That's my happy place, Ray.
Keeps the wind.
We have a job to do.
Whether he wants to sail with the wind, or whether he wants to sail against the wind, he always uses the wind. He never denies the wind. Well, and it's exactly that same sense.
This is your champion.
That a person has to be going with his own feelings.
By the time you see me coming, I'll be going, and you'll be gone.
Obviously suggest or act in a different way. He has to keep the feeling with him. Because that's his own essential
Don't worry,
self.
Echo won't eat you. He only likes free-range meat.
Let's make a choice. Land here.
Agreed.
But when he attempts simply to sail against the wind, he's lost himself. He's become just a kind of empty mass which hasn't got any real life.
Here we go. Ready up.
And all its
Let's see what we have over here.
love and goodwill are hollow.
Let's explore
So
this
you
way.
see, it is in the most basic, simple situation. The mother has a child. She got it by accident. No? And she thinks, oh, now I'm all tied up.
Go get
full
it.
of responsibility, and so I can't stand it. So I really didn't want to have it tonight.
Next ring's far. Pull up your socks. We
Think
gotta
that
hide.
thought. All good mothers naturally love their babies.
45 seconds
So
and it's a
when she
long
gets
shot to
baby,
the ring.
She says, darling, I love you.
Backpack here.
But her milk is
Level
sour.
2.
And the baby gets the other message. The baby's mixed up. And it would be much better if that mother said to the baby, listen, you're a pest.
Backpack here. Level 2.
And I didn't want to have you around. Well, then they understand it. Everything's clear. There's no confusion. There's nothing mixed up here. And two, when you feel somebody is a pest and a nuisance, and you really let it go, and you tell them
Hostile over there.
you're apt in a while
First blood.
to get a sense of a kind of humorous feeling about it. That's
Gonna blow open this hole. Stand clear.
Begin
Outside the ring is where the
telling them
stupid
that
die.
they're
Let's get inside.
And I wish you would just disappear and get lost. After a while, say, yeah, you old bastard.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
You know, and it begins to have
Just
a kind
what
of
I
affection.
Getting shot at. They're shooting at me. Shattered an enemy shield. Enemy down. Reloading. Destroying our target.
Care pack.
Frag out. Need to... I'm down.
What the mystic primarily feels is the divinity, the glory of whatever is.
Over here. Follow me.
And when we apply that to the moral sphere,
Reloading. 1 second.
what is
Enemy taken out.
what one feels
Getting shot at.
always allowed. Don't mean to say, let me emphasize
They're low, push them. You can do it.
act upon the basis of what we feel.
Recharging shield.
Open door
That is
here.
to say that you kill the person.
Move. I'm gonna open.
Not necessarily you survive. It is can be expressed much simpler ways.
Supply ship here.
But the expression, the recognition, the acceptance of what is honestly self is the moral equivalent of the vision that whatever exists is a manifestation of the divine. Now you see this as characteristic through the ages, being the attitude of priesthoods, of the guardians of law and order, or as they say in the Episcopal Church, everything should be done decently and in order. The guardians of this kind of thing have always been afraid of the spontaneous manifestation. Not only of things like mysticism, but also of things like falling in love. They are very, very dangerous habits. And so here is an absolutely astounding paradox that comes about. And it goes like this. We know on the one hand that human love is only genuine when it is felt in the depths of the heart. And we know that this is true whether it be the love of man or whether it be the love of God. We are always looking for the genuine heart.
I don't do this for fame or glory.
We don't want someone to love us.
Time for experimentation, evaluation, and a wee cup of tea.
We want them to love us because they really do in our heart. Now you see, when you go back to the study of the history of the Hebrew religion,
Havjamsla says, crying, shitting and screaming.
you will find this problem.
Havjamsla says, bleeding.
That you've got two traditions.
Jigalefizich says, skull fucking.
One against the other, playing each other off in the history of Hebrew religion.
Hold on to your kilts, darlings.
The priesthood is always concerned with the external observance of the law.
Jigalefizich says, whore.
Is always concerned with, do you really mean what you do? They constantly condemn as a hypocrite. They constantly condemn as a hypocrite the person who obeys
It's
the
like
law
my gun,
without meaning
but
it.
civilized. So, prettier and colder.
Maybe this man does not commit adultery. But the prophet says, if he has looked at a woman to lust after, he has already committed adultery in his heart. So that if you really obey, you obey it with your feelings, and not just out. Or as Jeremiah says, the day will come. First blood.
Right here.
Reloading.
Right by door.
I cracked a target's shield.
The ideal, in other words,
Die when I don't eat.
is people who do not simply obey and do the right thing, but who want to desire
Getting a fresh angle.
for the heart, to write the law in the heart means to change one's desire.
Scavenge some materials.
Just a sec.
So you
Heal it
see,
up.
what this comes
R301 here.
is a peculiarly paradoxical situation. That you are required by law to be completely honest.
Appreciate it.
And more than that, you are required by law to be loving and honestly loving. You must love God
Evo shield
and
here.
love your
Level
neighbor
2.
honestly.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Not forcing it, not pretending to it, not being a hypocrite.
Let's
You
find a
must
good
really
perch.
feel it. see, is where the astonishing conflict occurs between the mystic and the moralist. For the moralist knows that he has to be more than a legalist. He has to be more than one who insists that the outward observance of the law be kept. Give me a damn minute. That inward is the most terrible thing.
Has been eliminated.
He champion's gone. Based a great deal of his
Got some materials for us.
on
Just a moment. Crafting.
an attack on the idea that one's own inner feeling could be commanded. Because you see, the moment you subscribe to the idea that your inner feeling should be commanded, you let yourself in completely. If you see, you tell another person that you love them.
Here's a pick-me-up, pal.
Because you know you're supposed to love them. And in fact, in your heart, you don't love them. You're a liar. And therefore, the more you insist on that lie, the more you feel it's your duty to make your feelings over and to love that other person, the more you get yourself deeper and deeper and deeper into trouble. Because here,
New kill leader. Good.
you will not
Standing
be
tall,
able to
bagged in, half in the bag. Taking fire.
You will not have sufficient energy to go on pretending and making a kind
Recharging
of
shield.
the feeling of love.
Prey in sight. Adjust your scopes. They're far.
You have at last, then, if you're honest, say, I don't. It doesn't matter whether this is an other human being or whether in a religious situation.
Bad boys are
Say,
shooting
Lord,
at
I
me.
don't.
Unleashing my singularity.
I think you're You're demanding, authoritarian, and domineering. Probably I ought to love you, but I'm sorry
Being shot at.
Never learn.
Launching to a new angle. Charging my shield.
Everything else is going on. And if I am my foot, only we've got this little partial view. We've got the
Recharging
idea that,
shield.
oh, I'm just the ego
Need a new angle on this.
focus of conscious attention.
Havjam Slaw says, GGS.
Function of the brain to scan the environment, like a radar does, and note for any trouble-making changes. And if you identify yourself with your troubleshooter, then naturally you define yourself as being in a perpetual state of anxiety. And the moment we cease to identify with the ego and become aware that we are the whole organism, you realize as the first thing how harmonious it all is. Because your organism is a miracle of harmony. All this thing functioning together. Even those corpuscles and creatures that are fighting each other in the bloodstream and eating each other up. If they weren't doing that, you wouldn't be healthy. So what is discord at one level of your being is harmony at a higher level. When Hindus and Buddhists use the word karma, the basic meaning of it is action, from the Sanskrit root kri, to do. And therefore there is some error in the common translation of karma as a law of cause and effect or of cosmic retribution. As a man sows, so also shall he reap. Has a Western flavor, which is a little causal. The way the Buddha put it was slightly different. This arises, that becomes. Because between this and that, there is a polar relationship. And the full explanation of karma in Buddhist philosophy is called pratitya samutpada, which means the interdependent origination of all the forms and phases of life. Pratitya samutpada. And there are 12 links, shall we say, in the chain of interdependent origination, constituting a circle. And the existence of the circle depends on the presence of every one of the links. From one point of view in Buddhism, the chain of interdependent origination is looked upon as a chain, that is to say, as a form of bondage. The constituents, as it were, of the vicious circle in which most people and beings are living, which they call samsara, S-A-M-S-A-R-A, samsara, the round of birth and death, the bhava chakra, the wheel of bhava, which is becoming. And so going round and round and round in the endless game of hide and seek is, from one point of view, bondage. Bondage to karma. And if you study the Bhagavad Gita, which is not a Buddhist book but a Hindu scripture, Krishna, the spokesman of the Gita, explains that the wise man is one who does what is called nishkama karma, nishkama, N-I-S-H-K-A-M-A, meaning passionless activity, in the sense that he acts without seeking a result, without being motivated by the fruits of action, and therefore is not bound by his own action. You can be bound to samsara, the wheel of birth and death, by iron chains or gold chains. The chains are, I'm talking in more or less the language of popular Hinduism, that if you do bad deeds in this life, you will get a bad result next time. If you do good deeds in this life, you may be reborn as an angel or as a monk, in which you'll get a better chance of liberation. But still, so long as you're looking for results, be they good or evil, you're still bound. Now, the way in which one becomes, as it were, free of karma involves another Buddhist point of view, which is a kind of a different way of looking at the chain of interdependent origination. It's the way which the Japanese call jijimuge. That is to say, the mutual interpenetration of all things and events. So that you could say that actually, in fact, the deepest level of reality, this entire cosmos is a completely harmonious and blissful manifestation of everything in a state of total enlightenment and mutual compassion. And therefore the task of the Buddhist or the Hindu discipline of meditation, the sadhana, the way of spiritual development, is to realize that, for everybody, to realize it effectively in his own life, and therefore cease from the illusion that the universe is a fragmented process of conflict. But first of all, we have to be clear about karma, that it is not to be understood in the Western sense of a law of cause and effect,
I wasn't
or
always a
sort of
wolf.
retribution
I had to make these claws.
or a law The word law is most unsuitable for concepts in Eastern, Indian and Chinese philosophy. The word dharma, D-H-A-R-M-A, sometimes meaning the Buddhist doctrine or a certain way of life. When you talk about a person's svadharma, you mean their own function. We would translate svadharma as vocation.
Enough landing around, we drop it.
Way of life, style of life, trade, road, means all those things. The one thing that dharma really never means is law, although it's often translated that way. Because you see, you don't get the idea of law until you move to a culture where order is based on the idea of obedience. In the West, you see, the origins of law spring from where? The laws of the Medes and the Persians, the laws of Hammurabi, the laws of Moses, and later Roman law. The only healthy legal tradition we have in the West is British common law, which proceeds in an entirely different way from code law. Because you see, the difference between code law and common law is that code law is laid down by the wisdom of an all-powerful ruler who tells everybody how they must behave, and they must obey him. But common law is evolved by discussion.
Bolt SMG here.
Of particular cases.
Extended energy mag here.
Rather than
Level
referring
2.
all the time to abstract principles which are put down in words. And the judge, the good judge, is a wise man, a man with a sense of equity and fair play, who arbitrates an issue which is debated in front. And from the precedent which he creates by his decision, common law evolves. You see, that's a more organic way of producing law. The code law system, which we inherit from our most ancient theological backgrounds, is a tyrannical method of law by imposition. And so you must understand that in both Hinduism and Buddhism, there is really no fundamental idea of obedience to a personal ruler. Certainly not in Buddhism, a little bit sometimes in Hinduism. But even then we get terribly mixed up because, for example, I was talking of the Bhagavad Gita. This is often translated the Lord's Song. Now for Bhagavan, or Bhagavat in Sanskrit, Lord is an English equivalent, is quite inappropriate. Because a Lord is one who lords.
Switching it up.
Bhagavan is a title of reverence and respect and love. The song of the beloved would be much better in a way, although it's not quite correct from a strict point of view. We don't really have an equivalent for this word, Bhagavan. So, although you see there has been in India itself tyrannical rule, and although the Arthashastra as a manual of politics is apparent as to how to govern by absolute power, going along with this exposition of this very Machiavellian point of view to government is the constant advice of this age. Yes, this is what you have to do in order to fulfill your office as a ruler, but never forget that you'll never succeed.
I'll use that.
The more you try to rule things by force, the more you will stir up violence against you. And so you can never hold on to your power and your possessions. It will always flow away from you. So there was one of those great Rajas of ancient India who asked a jeweler to make him a ring that would restrain him in prosperity and support him in adversity. And the jeweler wrote to him, pass. But when we come to the deep cosmological and metaphysical ideas, we don't have law in the Western sense.
Extended supply bin there.
Nature
looks interesting over here.
Is not looked upon as something which is an orderly system.
Never mind.
Because it is obeying
Pick up your
a
feet.
command.
Let's go here.
In the West, we inherit the idea of law from those ancient conceptions of God, and it is even passed down into science, where we discuss laws of nature. But one recognizes more and more in the sciences that what we call laws of nature
This way. Let's go. On
are
second
simply
thought,
observed
scrap that.
regularities in the way things behave. And you, in order to observe regularities, you must look at things through something regular. That is to say, you must lay a ruler alongside.
Time to hunt, little guy.
Or compare their behavior with the regular behavior of a clock. The clocks and rulers are human inventions.
Watch out, breaking up in a hole.
They are regular measures which we use for comparing the rates of change. Say a clock is a measure of a rate of change. It's quite
Let's
arbitrary.
do some shopping.
But we very easily compare our regulation
Remember
measuring
who hooked you up?
devices
I've got your back.
with what
Don't
makes
mind
things
if I
happen.
do.
As if the sun rises because it's 6 in the morning. That's being completely backwards in one's thinking. And we get into the same confusion when we imagine, for example, that money is wealth. Here we have fantastic wealth, you know, and we have the technological
Echo, take the sweet angle.
of
Moving.
making everybody on Earth the enjoyer of an independent. We can't do it because people say, "Where's the money going to come?"
Voltas,
Because they
energy
think money
ammo
makes
here.
prosperity. It's the other way around. It's physical prosperity, which has money as a way of measuring it. But people think money has to come from somewhere, like hydroelectric power or lumber or iron, and it doesn't. Money is something we invent, like internet. So you remember the Great Depression? When
Backpack here.
there was a slump.
Level 3.
And what did we have a slump of? Money. There was no less wealth, no less energy, no less raw materials than there were before, but it's like you came to work on building a house one day, and they said, "Sorry, we can't build this house today, no inches." What do you mean no inches? Just inches. We don't mean we got inches of lumber. Yes, we got inches of metal. We've even got tape
Replicator
measures.
incoming.
But there's a slump in inches as such, you see? And people are that crazy. They can have a depression because they've got no inches to go around, or no dollars. That's all a lot of nonsense. But you see, because we get thinking backwards, making the metaphysical tail wag the dog,
Materials
making
here.
the law rule things, whereas it doesn't. It's merely a way of measuring
Scavenge
what
some
happens.
materials.
And so you see, when you get into Buddhistic thought, you don't get that.
Materials here.
You're the other way around.
New kill leader?
So you're looking at a system
I'm crafting.
where, to go back to the Buddha's words, this arises, that becomes, which is a way of saying, you can't have this without that. You can't have here without there. You wouldn't know where here was unless you knew where there was. And they come into being together. You don't get first here and then there, or first there and then here.
Good.
These arise
Pick up your feet. Let's go
interdependently.
here.
That's the meaning of interdependent
On
origination.
second thought, scrap that.
And to grasp the idea of interdependent origination is as important as the idea about seeing how things are related by space and intervals. And seeing, therefore, that you tend to look at life from a myopic point of view and see details, see the trees and not the forest, see yourself as something loosely related to everything else that's going on and not integral to it. You see the figure but ignore the background. But the figure and the background arise mutually.
There's a new kill leader.
They are to each
Old
other
one's
as
dead
this
or
is to that.
slacking off.
And so we really have to rid our brains of the notion of causality. The notion of causality being that present sets of circumstances are the result of past sets of circumstances. And therefore certain
Level 2
events,
shield on our prey there.
which are
Part
called
of a full
causes,
squad.
are responsible for following events called events. And all this is an enormous piece of mumbo-jumbo.
Attention. The kill leader
Because
has been
what is not
eliminated.
seen and what is not clear in thinking now
Warning.
is that in there are no separate
half in the bag.
This is startling.
Prey spotted over there.
But it's really quite easy to see that there are no events in nature. Because you can ask very simply. Let's take something called an event.
Let's pick this care package and have another
Some other events. At what point?
Better angle at Echo's location. Echo. Recharging my shield. Prey spotted.
Doctor slapped you on the body, or cut the umbilical cord, or when you were conceived, or when your father and mother were... When did you begin? There's no way of deciding except arbitrarily. And that's when the astrologer casts your horoscope, except that other astrologers disagree on one conception. Say that's the real beginning. There isn't a real beginning. It goes back and back and back. When are you dead? That's another big argument. And you get all kinds of ideas about that. So once you see that an event is a term in an intellectual calculus, calculus being the way of measuring, say, curved formations by reducing them to point instants. See? But actually, the point instants are imaginary. The curve wiggles along, and it doesn't stutter from point to point. But in calculus, you make it do that. So, just as there are no point instants in the curve, so there are no events in nature. Nature is a constantly fluctuating pattern. You can only designate particular wiggles in a pattern arbitrarily. You can count the convex formation as one wiggle, or a concave formation as one wiggle. Then you decide if you call it one way. Well, if you give the convex properties the title of wiggle, you have to deny it the concave properties, and vice versa. So when you see that what we call separate events don't exist, it becomes nonsense to speak of one event causing another. What you really mean is that the two events which you speak of as being causally related are simply two parts of the same event.
I like the sound of that.
They go with each other in the same way as this with that. The relationship is not causal. It is mutual. And it works two ways in time, because so-called future events
Body shield here. Level 4.
are not merely passive to past events. But you could easily see when, for example, any biological process goes on, you can reason just as well from the future to the past as from the past to the future. Why do two mammals have sexual intercourse? Well, it isn't just that they enjoy it. It's also that they're a very complex system which does this because it makes babies. And the prospect of baby works in reverse and creates desire. You can reason that way. Well, it's silly. Because the whole process is one. And when we speak humanly and purposively, I am going downtown to buy groceries. Then a future event will be said to be the cause of why you're now starting out to get into the car. And the difficulty we have in seeing this to be so is that we think in an either-or way, which is what we call dualism. And liberation is being free from dualism. So when you think in an either-or way, figures in the background as moving, and therefore being responsible for their actions. But if somebody argues the other way around and say the figures are just following gravitational principles say, we're all human beings, you see, we're all concentrated on our fact that we're individually rushing around and doing this and that. But we don't see that we're equally sucked, and that we move around in response to all sorts of stimuli. But neither position is adequate. You have to see that our being sucked by all sorts of stimuli is exactly the same thing as our apparently voluntary and deliberate action. Because what we're looking at is not this Newtonian game of billiards, where balls roll because they are hit by cubes. What we're involved in is a dance where, for example, watch a snake. When a snake swims, there's nothing more beautiful than watching a snake swim in water. Lovely motion. But you see, it wiggles along, and its wiggle is conceivable, you see, as convex, or was it concave? This way, and that way, and this way, and that way. Now, which side of the snake moves first? So it's very easy to see there. Now, when we interact with the world, what moves first? Who starts it? The objective world or the subjective world? They are related as this to that. You can't have an object without a subject, or a subject without an object. You can't have something known without the knower.
I love shooting.
That gives the show away. There isn't any real distinction between the knower.
I understand the conflict, and I'm fine.
There's two ways of looking.
I cannot wait to win this match, friend.
But the knower and the known are subsumed as
You ain't playing the bitch. Pathfinder.
Solved a few of them, and there's one more to go.
And shit. That works by the
I'm
idea
playing Path.
that all this happens because someone shoves it. Now you see, the idea that all this happens because someone shoves it is basic to Western thinking.
Echo's the jump
Because
master.
the Lord God
Well,
I wouldn't
I
either.
am,
is
but
the boss.
Echo likes to do
And he
jump master.
flushes this
Good
universe.
Path
Usually wants another
Is that a
direction.
good thing or bad thing? Bad.
And you better obey that shove.
Damn.
Because he's introduced into it some recalcitrance by giving to human beings what the Hebrews call the
Where we
Yetzer
going?
Hara, the wayward spirit, so that
Did
they
it crash
shall be
like
able
that?
to play certain games on their own.
darlings.
Because nothing very interesting would happen if everybody obeyed God.
What's up? I was reading something. Oh yeah.
So they had to reason that into it in order to save face for God. Because otherwise he could be blamed for all the catastrophes that happen. Instead of our being able to say to each other, well, it's our fault.
It's Baron at least.
But you see that once we
Baron.
possibility that the distinction between what we do and what happens is
Next
obliterated.
ring's far. If you're old or injured, bye-bye.
Therefore, we would say with Hindus and Buddhists.
Anybody land here?
But if I run
It's
into
like
a
my
I
gun.
didn't see anyone.
Evo shield here, level 2.
Really?
You see, that means far more than that it is a punishment for something I did wrong in the past. That is a legalistic view of karma. But a
Shotgun bolt here,
naturalistic or
level
organic
3.
view of karma is, in fact, that what happens to me is what I do.
Standard stop right here. Level
Good stocks over here.
And that in a certain sense, I want what happens to me. We can use wow, notice how we use this word. It means to desire and it means to
Laser
lack.
sights.
Heavy ammo here. Car SMG here.
We say to somebody, you're wanting. You're deficient in something that you need. So it's rather alarming, really, when you consider that we always get friends.
Damn, I'm the only one that didn't get ammo or fucking armor.
Even though you may think that it's entirely opposed to your wishes. But if it's your karma, everything that happens, put it in another way, everything that comes to you is a return to you of what goes out.
that.
Yes, obviously, that's absurd.
Let's go, Echo.
If you confine the definition
Launching to a new angle.
to your voluntary, conscious behavior.
Extended heavy mag here.
That's a ridiculous definition of oneself. Oneself, by any
Evo
stretch
shield
of the
here.
imagination,
Level 2.
must involve far more.
Oh shit, this is the real movement character. I'm trying to send a bat out.
I'm taking heat shields this time, there's a mobile.
And if we see
Yeah, I got heat shields as well. I'm scarred.
and inescapable, the behavior of what we call the other, the not self, the environment, and see that these two are moving together like the two sides of the snake.
Moving to Echo for a better angle.
Then you get it very curious. You have to be careful
Laser sight here. Level 2.
if you've got a Western background. Because this is what happens to a lot of people.
God damn it, this thing zips around too much. Are you?
There are many, many cases of inflation. That is to say,
I'll use that.
when you get this sensation that the two sides of the world, the inside and the outside, are moving together.
Oh, I'm not sure I want any of that.
Keep an eye out for sniper optics. One of us
that
should make
now?
clean kills.
God, in the Western sense of the word.
Yeah, Pathfinder's kind of fun.
Therefore, your ego, instead of being, as it were, integrated,
Echo's picked a sweet angle. Moving.
I'm gonna miss that sniper though.
assumes vast dimension, as megalomania, blown up by the mystical experience. And so you get the holier-than-thou people going around, who seem to think that they're above all human conventions, have no obligations to anything. Because they're divine, they can do as they damn please. What they haven't
Shotgun bolt
realized
here. Level 3.
Helmet here. Level 2. Stupid things getting in the way of my headshots.
as you will isn't a new kind of
down
behavior
over there.
that you suddenly put on.
Sniper
Say,
scope.
from now on I'm going to go around doing as I will. You have to realize first that that's what you've always been doing.
Oh shit, I got up there.
This way.
And you can look at this from a very simple point of view.
Echo's got an angle. Moving there.
But you can say,
Champion's
well, now
dead.
what about you?
I assume they were good at something,
And
just
who did the
not
things
this.
that they didn't want to do. You know, everybody's mother
Yeah, I
said,
forgot that.
darling, sometimes we have to do things we don't like.
Sounds close.
Well, you
I
can
don't
always
think they're on
say,
that building.
the kid obeyed the mother and did the things
There's
that
a
he
mark
didn't
over
like
there.
because that was
I'm
the
getting
better
shot
part of
from a
wisdom.
different way. Think
In
on
other
top
words,
of
if you
diving.
hadn't done that, something worse would happen.
Here, indeed. On top of diving. Heal up, Justin.
Opening fire.
Choose the lesser
My
of two
shield to
evils.
recharge.
Reload.
Then you say, I want out of here. And you take the easiest way. You take the line of least resistance.
Diving board guys don't get this.
Right there.
Pursue that moment.
Don't die, home dog.
When you start human behavior
Watch my back. I'm healing.
as something
Recharging
that
shield.
Put down here too.
to the compulsion of an environment.
Yeah.
And you can get out of that when you see
I don't really
the
want to push
behavior
any
of
of
the
these dead
environment
things. It's the best
as
part.
an essential aspect of you. So it isn't, as it were, the environment starting something, which you are therefore compelled to follow. It's the whole system.
Why does the bubble look like a heat shield? Does Gilly bubble look like a heat shield?
You get in the mystical consciousness. You very often feel that a hill
Shit, we can shoot that.
Dog's gonna die.
Got a
the
mark there.
ground seems to
Long
heave
shot
beneath
away.
your feet, and up you go.
Diving board has to come down
Recharging
too.
my shield.
And you get this strange feeling
What kind of people here?
walking on air, never again. This wonderful sense that there are no there's nothing, as it were, banging you and making you do that. It all flows together. That's a very common sense. That's, you are actually, in that state
In that
of
building.
you are perceiving the goings-on, now, the course of nature, in the way it's happening.
Look.
The way you've been conditioned to fight it, and to use those
Replicator
sensations
incoming.
of resistance
Could have used one of these growing up.
a sensory basis for what you describe as the ego. The ego, in practice, is a sense of strain.
Got some prey right
You
here.
are aware of you are aware of a basic discomfort.
Down here too.
Located basically.
I'm looking back that way. Hey, in that corner, you think? Or where we just were at? Oh shit.
Healing up.
Not a guy.
Cancel that.
various physical centers, in other words, where there's constant tension, resistance.
Okay.
That's what you feel when you talk about power.
That was a horrible zip. I don't want to talk about it.
When that tension ceases,
No, not really.
discover immediately that
Alright, one ran up here.
Okay, he went back down in the zone.
Okay. No, he's up there. Oh, he just jumped out. Yeah.
Oh, no,
I
yeah,
just saw him
sorry.
move.
No, yeah.
Tags and prey. Opening fire. Prey's shield.
That would be a ridiculous
Reloading.
undertaking. To know everything in that sense.
Right down there too.
Where's this guy at?
In the doorway.
So,
I don't know. He might be down here now. Two are in here.
and I suppose the first problem is
Chucking a frag grenade.
Yeah, I'm looking for a cheeky angle.
we accept the
He's gonna piss me off. Oh, he just closed the door.
Recharging my shield.
then we have shall we say, the devil
Taking a new angle.
feeling that your ego is what
Batting.
Recharging shield.
And the second thing is,
Gotta go soon. This way.
Yeah, you guys
Try
did
and hide with that shiny tag on you.
67.
you can absolve yourself from any qualms about being unkind to
I
someone.
think we're gonna need that.
Because you could say, well, the unkindness
Tagged and half in the bag.
wasn't it? You know that business about the responsibility
10
of the
seconds,
person
but
who
the
gets
rings-
murdered for
We're
getting
going.
there is a curious sense in which a lot of people go around looking
These
for
guys are
trouble.
gonna gatekeep us.
Freud pointed out quite correctly the psychology of accident-prone individuals.
I can see that the ring's moving on the
Yeah, I think
map.
they're gonna
They
beat
seem
us.
to be attracting
You guys already
trouble
did something
like
in this way.
lights attract moths. And
I'm out of zip now.
we're all doing that.
I'm gonna use it up here. Ah, we're out of here.
Manage to remain
up here.
unconscious of it.
Attention.
We're gonna slide down there anyway, it's fine.
Yeah.
So that we can
Let's pick this care package.
praise and play the game.
Prey spotted over here.
That's not my fault, that's your fault.
Going to bunker.
We're already down here.
So we go around
There's only one in there.
because if we're going to apportion praise, good things people do, can't make praise mean praise and blame go together. I think everybody was acting in a praiseworthy way. Don't get tired of it.
Shattered the Prey's shield.
They wouldn't even notice
Down.
it. So
Alright,
long as
I think ran away.
praise,
Nice.
you've got to go around with
I'm out of heals. Out of
see the folly of praising and blaming. Creating each other. Then you don't praise and you don't
Kill
blame.
him.
You just dig the whole thing.
Only cancel.
And that's why
They're sucking my ult. Hurry up.
things encounter very great saves. You never hear and you make a derogatory comment about someone. It's as if you had thrown a rock into a well and heard no splash. And a funny feeling. Because that you get no response. You get no agreement. And if you praise somebody, And I would like to have a relationship with something like that, because it would never be dull. And also, you would feel true affection. After all, you can make love to yourself in a mirror. You can have one of those Dutch wives. You buy them in a place in Kobe, where you get these rubber girls that you fill with hot water. And sailors take them on long voyages. But what an awful thing, you know, when you realize that this thing has no gear, no surprise in it, no thing that it does on its own, you see. And so when you think things through like that, you understand you do not want power. You don't want to control it. And therefore these Zen Buddhist masters that I met and others were not super occultists. And very many Westerners who visited Japan expecting to get a Satori, as a result of which they would know everything and control everything, were grievously disappointed and said there's not much in this after all. So therefore, from the standpoint of Buddhism, the fact that the power game is not the game is expressed by saying a Buddha is one who has gone beyond the gods, because the gods have power. The Buddhism imagines all kinds of levels of heaven worlds inhabited by all kinds of gods, and the supreme of all the gods is called Ishvara. But it is said that all those gods in their paradisal worlds are in samsara. They're in the round of birth and death, and what goes up must come down. They're immensely successful. They're at the peak of power, spiritual power. They're not delivered yet, because they still don't know what they want. Therefore, in the exploration of what you want, you get to the point where having all pleasures
powered up and ready to go.
And they pause. And you think of new songs.
Let's get to work.
And eventually you get like the ancient Romans. Mad cow.
Echo and I hate being cooped up.
You had to go every Saturday to the Coliseum for a show.
Introducing your champion.
Really had
I never say die. I fight until it hurts.
Every kind of luxury.
As Jump Master, I promise to find us a good place to kill everyone.
To see one of the big shows that people like Nero put on.
I'm the Jump
They would have,
Master.
for example,
Trust me.
floats
I know the
circling
ring
the
best.
Coliseum, all full of slave girls from distant parts.
Let's go here.
Garlanded with flowers and waving at the crowd and going innocently around. And the next minute they would release wild lions to eat up all the slave girls. They got a big sadistic kick out of it. Because you see, pursuing pleasure beyond a certain place takes you into what the Buddhists call the Naraka world. That is to say, the hell world. When you have explored pleasure to its ultimate limit, the only thing you can get a kick out of is pain. So naturally, you descend from the Deva world, at the top of the wheel, to the Naraka world at the bottom, where it shows all these beings in states of torture. Of course, the priests say, when they're bringing up children, if you do bad things, you will end up in the hell world. But this is a very inadequate way of showing how one gets to the hell. You get to the hell world as a result of not
Looks interesting over here. Evo shield here, level 2.
As a result of thoughtless pursuit of pleasure, which ends you eventually.
Ring's close. 30 seconds to do up your laces.
So when you're in the hell world,
need a new angle on this.
So then the question is, to clarify once more, what do we want? If you
10 seconds. The ring is closed.
understand, first of all, that you don't want it.
Better angle at Echo's location. Echo, echolocation. Huh.
You want, yes, some...
Make sure they don't sneak up on us.
You see, we always love controlling something that's not really under our control. Remember I gave you the illustration right at the beginning, the old gyroscopic top. Feeling sometimes you're with it, but sometimes it's alive under your hand.
I need a backpack.
And this sensation too, you often get, say, in driving a car or something like that. It's more or less under your control, but on the other hand. That's the beautiful
There's a
thing,
new kill
because when
leader.
something
Old one's
is
dead or
partly under
slacking
your
off.
control, but isn't.
Care package.
Then you have the same sort of relationship with it that you have when you're with someone you love. Some other person. They're partly under your control because they've agreed to live with you, go along with you, and so on. But also they're not. And the measure to which they're not is the measure to which they seem really alive.
Current angle sucks. Switching it up.
Dibs. So then, we ask the question, if the motivation of power gaining disappears, you've seen through it and you know that's not what you want. What other motivation takes its place as the origin of actions? And it seems to me that the answer here is compassion. Simply because when you want to relate to another living being, here I go. What you really are asking of them is that they be in the same situation that you are. You want to meet and encounter, let's explore this way, someone else who has your problems,
Tracking some prey here.
your fears,
Got a tag on him. Opening fire on our prey.
You don't want a doll. You want another you, another self.
Recharging.
Because that would be a
Shield. Reloading.
And so then at once, that when you see that that is the case,
I cracked the target. Took down some prey.
and you can see at once yourself in the situation.
My prey is down.
And then you think, no, I don't want to. I would like that. Yes, I find that to make them happy to do the things I would like them to do.
Down to mark.
If I lost it, they would.
Reloading. Whole squad down.
Nice job, leader. Why? To be happy to do the things for you that they do.
Launching to a new angle.
So we say to each other, would you like to bring the washing in?
I need never happen.
Very often the answer is no. But I will. Because you see, we put it that way. Because we always hope that the things
Recharging
that we
shield.
will be pleasurable to both sides. The two people will get up inside. What
Recharging
nice
shields.
All these ways we use are trying to get promises.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Getting a fresh angle.
But there is despite a lot of foolishness that goes on, this is a sound thing, you see, that there really is no greater satisfaction that you can imagine. That kind of personal relationship.
Attention. Supply ship inbound. Attention. Delivering replicator.
you can trust
It's raining rust
a
against
being
us.
who is other than you and not under your
Fence in
control
position. The circuit is
to
complete.
do for you what you want. Because they like it. As you, on your side, would want to do something for them in that way, so as to give pleasure to the other person. Let's take in sexuality, where you get a kind of a critical example of
Setting a
this.
fence.
The biggest fun in sexual relationships is giving orgasm to women.
If the fence gets crossed, we'll know.
And if that doesn't happen, many men feel disappointed. Because the thing that they really wanted to do was to give pleasure and get their own pleasure out of giving it. Now that's compassion. In the real sense of the word. Feeling with and through someone else. Where the whole trick is that you lose control for a while of the situation. And say, I throw the ball to you. Now it's yours. Now I may seem, therefore, as a result of
Enemy over there.
this way, to be talking like a Jewish or a Christian theologian. Because that's what they say about God.
Agree.
That God did something called kenosis in the beginning of all time. Kenosis is a Greek word meaning self-emptying.
Echo's got an ankle. Moving there.
Sacrifice, giving up. And thereby conferred freedom of will and the power to love on angels and human beings. And therefore took a terrific risk by trusting the other, by trusting a principle called other that's not under your control. With God, of course, it is ultimately under his control, but he sits back and smokes a cigar sometimes and lets it go.
Opening. Cracked an enemy. Contact. I am taking fire,
Like
friends.
Lord and So,
Reloading.
but you see, it's really, in a way, the same idea as the Hindu idea. When the Christian speaks of God giving the creature freedom of will, the Hindu says, no, God gets lost in that person.
We're already inside the next ring.
And gets
Tagged and half in the bag.
Just topping off my shield.
And
Recharging shields.
it's really the same thing. It's the idea that the all-powerful surrenders power.
New kill leader appointed.
Watch out
So
for the
that,
new kill leader,
uh,
friend.
The more
Care package coming in.
you give the power away, what you're really doing is you're othering yourself. Now, the more you other yourself by giving
Opening
power
fire on
away,
the enemy.
the more of a self you are. Because self and other
Target
are
spotted.
reciprocal. So you find that people who through a sadhana, a yoga discipline, have overcome their ego, have transcended the ego,
We're outside the
are
next
tremendously
ring.
strong
Did you know I designed
personalities.
it? Well, I did.
You would think, theoretically, they would all be non-entities and to lack entirely what psychologists
Sending a
call ego
replicator
strength.
down if you need one.
But actually, they're nothing of the kind. They are, every one of them, unique. They're all quite different from each other. And they are very, very, what I would call strong characters.
We should move here.
Because the more they have given it up, the more they get it.
Might be something good that contact.
So, in this way of thinking,
Broke that enemy shield. Reloading. Get ready. It's zipline time.
let's put it in another dimension.
Cracked an enemy shield.
Let's suppose we're thinking of a relationship. People very often give it to everything.
That enemy shield is broken.
Say to everything,
Recharging shield.
which in course is going to include as much as yourself as you can
Broke that
objectify.
enemy shield. 1 minute.
In other words, your
the enemies are shooting. I'm out of light ammo.
Throwing
Say to it all,
Tossing thermite.
now it's your turn. Let's see what you're going to do. Let it happen.
I have been down.
Oh, you do this complete let off of
Charging my
control.
shield. Fence in position. Combat's too noisy. Shush now.
vision of it first. Everything else is living.
My prey is down. Healing up. Need a new angle on this.
Given away control, you see, to everything else. It's a lovely, irresponsible state to be in. But then, you see, you do the flip.
Already in the next ring. Take a break if you're
In
old.
giving away the control, you've got it. You've got the kind of control you wanted. That's to say, where you had a loving relationship with the world, but you didn't have to make up your mind what it should do. You let it decide. Now, do you see that's how your body's born? You don't have to make up your mind.
Echo, take the speed angle. Moving.
You delegate. The President of the United States has to lay awake at nights thinking what every official under his command is going to do. He can't be president. He's got to make an act of trust in all those subordinates to be responsible and carry on their things in just the same way as you make an act of trust to all your subordinate organs to carry on their functions without you having to tell them what to do. And this is the secret of what we will call organic power as distinct from political.
I am repairing myself.
Got some prey right here.
Tao Tzu puts it in this way, the great Tao flows everywhere, both to the left and to the right.
Charging my shields.
It loves and nourishes all things, but relinquish power.
Better angle and echo location. Echo with Watch it, grenade.
30 seconds remain. The range is nearby.
Recharging shields. Moving to echo for a better angle.
Trust your nervous system to wake you up in the morning.
Open door there, friend.
You can even tell it, I want to wake up at 6 o'clock, and it'll wake you up just like an alarm clock.
Tagged and having
This
the
seems
bag.
a sort of paradox to say this. But the principle of unity,
Just try and hide with that shiny tag on
coming
you.
to a sense of oneness with the whole of the rest of the universe, is not to try
Recharging my shield.
to obtain power over there. That will only disturb it and antagonize it and make it seem less one with you than ever. The way to become one with the universe.
Current angle sucks. Switching it up.
Giving my shields a recharge.
As another, as you would another. Say, saying that to everything else that you have been, you're also saying it to yourself. Because finally,
Right here.
as I pointed out,
Recharging my
you do
shield.
not know where your decisions come. They pop up like hiccups. And when you make a decision, people have a great deal of anxiety about it. Man, coming.
Contact with target.
Extraordinarily efficient worker. The first day, he put him on sawing logs. And he sawed more logs than anybody had ever sawed. It was fantastic. But they were all done in one day. So the next day, he put him on to mending fences. And there were all kinds of broken fences around the farm. In one day,
Sawing an axe.
what am I going to do? So he took him down into the basement and said, look, here are all the potatoes.
Recharging shields.
And I want you to sort them into 3 groups. Those that we sell,
Throwing arc star.
those that we use for seeding, and those that we throw away. So he left it at that. At the end of the day, the laborer came back and said, well, that's enough, mister. I quit. I said, you can't quit. I've never had such an excellent worker. I'll raise your salary. I'll do anything to keep you on. I said no. It's all right mending fences and chopping wood, but this potato business is decision after decision after decision after decision.
Some prey there.
So what do we decide? We're always worried.
Bagged and half in the bag. Shattered the prey's shield.
Did I take enough data into consideration?
Not so close. I am taking fire.
And if you think it through,
Here I go.
you find you never will take enough
One
data.
moment. Gotta use a phoenix again.
The data for a decision in any situation. So what you do is you go through the motions of thinking out what you will do about this. Then occasionally get the vague outlines of things that you like to see. But we fortunately variables coming out right. It's amazing how often
Giving my shields a recharge.
the warriors are you think of all the variables beyond their control.
Broke that enemy shield. Enemy down.
Recharging my shield.
Making contact with enemy. Reloading.
Somehow or other,
Getting a fresh angle. Final rings
decide and control
on.
things
Reloading.
more harmoniously. If you delegate authority. It's very great business and others who can delegate authority.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Trust others to work.
We took out the kill leader.
Because those are people developing business on the same basic structure
Right here.
that is fundamental to a living organism. It loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over. You see? Yeah, well, what has happened is this.
Recharging shields.
Let's go. You realize
Reloading. Echo's got an angle. Moving there.
Recharging shields.
That was the last one. Bye-bye, squad.
One squad left.
Go back.
May they be
If
safe.
you try identify yourself by subjecting other yourself, if on the other hand you find it through giving
You are the
yourself that
Apex
is
champions.
control over to other, trusting that, you may make a mistake. You may make a bad gamble. But in the long run, you're acting on a principle which has the backing of evolution. This is the way biological evolution goes on. Constant delegation of authority. Obviously, the democracy is superior to the monarchy. Mr. Tocqueville who said that democracy is always right, but for the wrong reason. Because there is operating in a democracy the principle that Buckminster Fuller calls synergy. And synergy is the intelligence of a highly complex system, the nature of which is always unknown to the individual members. Because that goes back again to this point, that We're always entering a new environment. We don't ever know fully what the new environment is, because the only environments we know are the past ones. There is always then operating in the development of cellular life on any level a new way of organization, higher than any existing form, and we are not aware of it until after it's happened. If you ever saw, for example, the film Kon-Tiki, this man figured out a few things as to how to make a balsa wood raft sail from South America to the Pacific Islands. But once he had set this in motion, he discovered...
You know, I don't take myself too seriously. I don't take myself anywhere, really. I need to get out more.
That when the wood got wet, it expanded, so that the ties...
The truth is out there.
He never expected that.
Good luck. Have
He
fun.
found that as
Don't
he
die.
sailed along, flying fish would simply alight flat on the deck every morning for breakfast. That all kinds of natural factors, it was just, he'd touched a key where he was flowing with the course of nature. Everything cooperated. Because he had touched the key.
I'm the jump master. No pressure, me.
Just a thought, we
and
can land
he was
here.
just picking up, in other words, a practice which had been hundreds and hundreds of years ago, and by others who had worked it out by their great ecological awareness. So
Follow the
we
leader.
come out of this way of thinking to something which has, I would say, most enormously creative and revolutionary social consequences. That it has become not virtuous, not self-sacrifice, not anything like that. It has become the hardest practical punishment to let go control of.
Oh boy, next ring's far.
Give up trying to find things.
The first has fallen.
Also, in a parallel,
The ring isn't very
it has
close.
become
45 seconds.
Double tap trigger.
very much hard practical politics.
I got some materials for us.
Learn how to
Yay!
enjoy it.
Thanks. I would hate to
Go to
miss
the
this.
Protestant
You know, like some people miss
people
parties.
with their Protestant ethics
Just saying.
who are against it.
Got some materials.
Now say to them, greatly, it is your solemn duty
I've uncovered a mobile respawn beacon.
to learn how to enjoy it.
Dibs.
Using grapple.
Why? Because in an
Never
age
mind.
of
Forget
leisure,
that.
you really gotta know.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Because if they don't,
Optics here. Sniper.
they'll snap it all through the great.
Getting my eyes in the sky. Yeah.
So a utopia has become not some sort of a dream, but an urgent necessity.
Gotta
We
hop
can't
up
do
here.
without it.
Boosted loader.
정신 차려. Check your map.
Because if we try to do without it, what's going to
Signaling my
happen
back.
is that we are going to terminate our race in a mutual massacre of scapegoats. And so the present paranoia in the United States,
Energy magazine.
where everybody is thinking up a new scapegoat,
Gotta hop up here. Boosted loader.
get them out of power.
New kill leader
So you're off your computer and finally thinking of a whip, huh? No, thanks, man. Hey,
Right
fun.
and left. Has become a
Materials here. Extended heavy mag here. Level 4.
Level 2. That's something I can use.
trusting our own intelligence, our own technology.
Extended heavy mag here.
7-3. I'm crafting.
Take the risk.
I'm focused on creating.
It will work
Stabilizer here.
to the extent that we realize that what I want, basically, What I really want is what you want. And I don't know what.
Just a sec, crafting it up.
But that's the kinship between I and thou. So when I ask, I go right
Gotta
down
hop
to the
up
question.
here. Boosted
Stop.
loader.
What do I want? The answer is I don't know. When Bodhidharma was asked, who are you? Which is another form of the same thing. He said, I don't know. Planting flowers to which the butterflies come.
Longbow here.
Bodhidharma says, I know not.
Let's check out over there.
You don't know what you want, you've really reached the state of desire. You really don't know. You see, there's a beginning stage of not knowing, and there's an ending stage of not knowing. In the beginning stage,
I have an
you don't know
extended
what you want,
sniper
you
mag
don't
here.
thought about it.
Level
Well,
barrel
when you thought-
stabilizer here. Level 2.
Then when somebody forces you to think about it and go through and say, yeah, I think I like this, I think I like that, I think I like the other. There's the middle stage.
Other folks have been.
And you get beyond that. Say, is that what I really want?
Got off up here. Kinetic feeder.
No, I don't think that's it. I might be satisfied with it for a while, and I wouldn't turn my nose up at it. But it's not really what I want. Why don't you really know what you want? Two reasons that you don't really know what you want. Number one, you have it. Number two,
Okay,
you don't know yourself.
let's explore this
Because
way.
you never can. The Godhead is never an object of its own.
Looks small.
Just as a knife doesn't cut itself, fire doesn't burn itself, light doesn't illumine itself.
Ready to fly on
There's
a
always
zipline.
endless mystery.
I am.
I don't know. And this I don't know, uttered in the infinite interior of the spirit.
Possible over there.
It's nothing
Eye in the sky.
I am
Goodbye. Bamboo control. Rebooting the system. I've broken enemy shield.
Same thing.
Broken enemy shield. Alright, enemy down.
And so the Upanishads say, we do not.
Setting up my decoy.
It's unknown to those who know.
I down. Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
And the principle is,
Now they're getting down. No, seriously, don't get advantage. Just remember that I didn't realize that you owe me for all
anytime you, as it were,
Simple as that. Crippy.
voluntarily let cease to think. You have an access. You waste energy.
No need to thank me. Just remember that I saved your life. You owe me for all eternity. For that.
Once you stop it, that wasted energy is available.
I need to get back in.
Therefore, you are, in that sense, having that energy
Got
available. You are at the energy.
Got the banner. Time to get
When you're trying, however,
It's just you and
to act
that guy
as if you were God,
I am repairing
that
myself.
is to say, you don't trust anybody and you're the dictator and you have to keep everybody in line, you lose the divineness.
recharging shield.
Because what you're doing is simply defending you.
Half the squads remain.
So then, the principle is, the more you give it away,
Go bamboozle.
the more it comes back. Now you see, I don't have the courage. I'm afraid.
Closed door here.
You can only overcome that by realizing you better give it away because there's no way of holding on to it. The meaning of the fact, you see, that everything is dissolving constantly, that we're all falling apart.
They got the entire fucking squad there. That's a bad idea.
Might be good to watch right. Let's
And
go
that,
this way.
The world we hope men set their hearts upon.
Back off. There's too many of them.
Closed door here.
1 minute until close. Rings nearby.
Towers, the gorgeous palaces, the great globe itself, I all with an intellectual result. Like the substantial pageant fading. Oh boy. There we go.
How about
That's
this way?
the great
45
assistance.
seconds. Ring's not too far.
See, that fact that everything is your hand. That is allowing you that you don't have to let go. Because there's nothing to hold on to.
Pay attention, gang. Not far from the ring. We got
It's
30
achieved
seconds
for
left.
you.
Give him my shield to recharge.
So once you see that you just don't have a threat, it's all washed up, and that you
Giving
will
my
vanish
shields a
and be
recharge.
wrecked behind. You rarely get with that.
10 seconds. The ring's basically knocking on the door.
You have the power. This enormous access of energy. But it's not power that came to you because you grabbed it. It came entirely the opposite. Power with which you...
Jigalefizage says, run.
Of course, what we've been talking about ideas as an experience, or shall we say experiencing. And this kind of seminar, in comparison with encounter groups or workshops of various kinds, or experiments in sensory awareness, is now being called a conceptual seminar. Although I'm not talking about
I move a lot quicker
concepts.
than I look, don't I?
But the crucial question arises that an understanding, a real feeling understanding of the polar relationship between the individual and the world is something that operates, as we say, in your bones, and isn't just a view that you hold or a belief that you hold. It's so curious that the emphasis of the Western tradition in religion is primarily upon right belief. Do you believe in the right dogmas, the right doctrine?
Have fun. Don't die.
We'll win
And
this
only
thing together.
secondarily
Semper Fi or
upon right
die.
action. Because what you believe is, in Christianity at any rate, far more important than what you do.
And I hope you.
Because one is saved through faith, not by works. And early in its history, the Christian church rejected the movement in the church which had been known as Gnosticism, from the Greek gnosis, which means knowledge. And in a way, there were some sound reasons for doing so. Because the Gnostics were what I would call anti-materialists. They divided human beings into three classes that were called, respectively, pneumatic, psychic, and hylic. The last one being H-Y-L-I-C. Highly, or they would call it now Ele, meaning wood.
I got some materials for
So
us.
the people were spiritual,
I got some
psychological,
materials for us. Yay.
and wooden. And that is to say, the wooden people were those most absorbed in materiality
You're welcome. I love you
and most
too.
closely identified with their bodies.
Inside the ring. Got the positional advantage.
And Orthodox Christianity rejected this sort of
Extended
distinction
heavy mag here. Level 2.
because of the perfectly correct idea
Cover me. Crafty.
that material existence is not inconsistent with
Shotgun bolt
spirituality.
here. Level 3.
I found some materials.
This is something which most Christians have forgotten. But they do believe as the central principle of Christianity in what's called the incarnation. that in the Jesus of Nazareth, Almighty God did in fact become material, become human.
Thank you. I'm focused on
And by this process, initiated a transformation of the cosmos. In the words of Saint Athanasius, God became man, that man might become God. And you don't hear that from the pulpit. The Christian Church therefore emphasized pistis, or faith, as against gnosis, or knowledge. Because they said you can never know God. God could never become an object of knowledge. And in this funny roundabout way,
hostile over there.
Same things. Only the Hindus do call this knowledge of God, they call it jnana, which is the same as the Greek word gnosis. Just to give you a little sidelight on how words get mixed up. We now have a class of person called an agnostic.
Squad taken out. Give me a sec.
And an agnostic generally means a person who doesn't commit himself to any beliefs about the ultimate nature of things. He just says he doesn't know.
Give my shields a recharge.
But the original word, agnosia in Greek, meant a special kind of knowledge. It was called the dark knowledge of God. The knowledge of God in the cloud of unknowing, to use the title of a mystical treatise written by an anonymous 14th century English monk. This monk derived his ideas from a very mysterious figure who wrote under the name of Dionysius the Areopagite. Dionysius was a 5th or 6th century Syrian monk who had learned his mysticism from Porphyry, who got it from Plotinus, who was a Neoplatonist, and who probably got a great deal of stimulation from the intellectual world of Alexandria. And Alexandria, in the early years of the Christian era, was a tremendous exchange place between East and West.
Here I go.
Buddhist monks visited Alexandria. It was one of the great centers of trade between Rome and India. And as you may know, all Rome's gold eventually went to India.
Half the squads remain.
For the purchase of pepper. And as a result of this, the Roman economy collapsed.
Over there.
They bought too much luxury from India. India, in exchange, got Roman architecture. And you'll see a lot of Roman architecture in Indian temples.
Ready? It's zipline time.
But Alexandria was the great center for the Gnostics and for Christian theology. And some of the greatest theologians, Clement, Origen, Athanasius, Saint Cyril, all worked out of Alexandria. Well, now going back to this strange monk, Dionysius, it was he who first put around the idea in Christian circles that there was such a thing of the knowledge as the knowledge of God by faith.
Extended supply bin over there.
By agnosia, really, by unknowing. And he, in a book which he wrote, a very short book called The Theologia Mystica, he wrote a treatise on the higher knowledge of God, which might be quoted directly from the Upanishads, in certain parts of it. The last section of it reads like the Mandukya Upanishad, because it's a series of negations.
I'm going to help by protecting over there.
It says what God is not. And he goes very far, because he says that God is not one. He says our idea of unity falls far short of what God is. So does our idea of Trinity. So does our idea of spirit, our idea of mind, of justice, of love. All these things are not really God. And he says in another place, if anybody, having seen God, understood what he would see, what he would have seen would not have been God, but some creature of God, less than God, some sort of angel or something like that. It's to consider the influence that this man had. For writing under the name of Dionysus the Areopagite, he became identified as the first convert in Hazard, himself Bishop of Athens, and was martyred in Rome. Well, he's known as St. Denis.
Looks like we took out the kill leader. Cool.
But St. Thomas Aquinas looked upon the writings of Dionysus the Areopagite as having the highest authority. And you could, if all the texts of Dionysus's work had been lost, you could restore most of it from quotations in St. Thomas. He wrote really two very important books. One was the one I said, the Theologia Mystica. The other was called the Divine Names. And these two books presented the two phases of his theology. The book called The Divine Names was a discussion on the nature of God in terms of what God is like.
Give my shield a recharge.
By analogy. And this kind of knowledge of God he called cataphatic.
Give me a second. Fixing up.
From the Greek pheme, to speak or say, kata, meaning to say according to, that is to say to speak by analogy. Where he used, though, entirely negative language about God, this sort of discourse was called apophatic. And the word apo meaning away from, talk away from. Just as a sculptor, when he makes an image, reveals the image by removing the surface. So Dionysus explained that one attains the knowledge of God by discarding concepts. Which is exactly what the Hindus mean when they say, of God one can only say neti, neti, not this, not any conception. Thus in Hindu philosophy, the highest state of consciousness in samadhi is called nirvikalpa samadhi, which means literally non-conceptual. Vikalpa means a concept. Nir is a negation. So the non-conceptual knowledge.
Yeah. The ring's catching up to us.
Now, people have greatly misunderstood this. They have imagined that unknowing the state of the highest contemplation was the acquisition of a blank mind, from which you first discarded thought.
I love loot.
You went on to discard perception. You went on to discard any kind of sensory content.
There are no squads near us.
In awareness.
My drone. I'm good to go.
Until you were, so far as anyone could say, aware of nothing. And they supposed that this kind of catatonic state was mystical consciousness. This is often believed in India. If you go to the Vedanta Society and ask what do you mean by Nirvikalpa Samadhi, they will tell you that the one in that state has no consciousness whatsoever of the sensory world. That he is completely absorbed, as you sometimes see Hindu holy men sitting in a state where they are blind and deaf to everything going on around them. The founder of Chinese Zen,
only 2 other squads left.
Known as Huineng,
We're almost through.
Describe people like that as no better than pieces of rock and lumps of wood.
Spotted.
Said it's a very serious mistake indeed to confuse sunyata, the Sanskrit word for the great void, which is both the ultimate reality and the consciousness thereof. That it's a great mistake to confuse it with nothingness. It is rather to be thought of as space, a light space, because space is not empty. It contains the whole universe.
Frag out.
So in the same way, the state of mind
Enemy taken down.
it contains everything. But like space, it's often said in Zen imagery, you can't hammer a nail into space. You can't skip on the sky. If you try, the spit will just return and hit your own face. So they go on to say that consciousness in all of us, your basic mind is like space. It is completely pure. But of course, by purity, they don't mean unsexual. Of course, what purity generally means in the Western world is less about the pure and you know what naughty means? Means vain, negative,
Tango down.
empty.
Confirm kill.
A naughty person, therefore, is one who doesn't amount to anything.
Giving my
It's
shields a
nothing.
recharge.
That's the real meaning. But this misunderstanding of the nature of consciousness existed not only in India, you read many we talk about rapture as people being beside themselves. But to be rapt means to be taken away from the body. So also ecstasy, we now interpret as meaning. But it means to be outside yourself, to stand outside yourself. Your soul has left you, it is with God. They're crazy people. Be kind to them. They're not here.
Reloading.
But actually, if it can be true, as Buddhists say, that nirvana and samsara are one, and if it can be true, as Christians say, that the spirit can be made flesh, the word can be made flesh, then obviously the highest form of man is not sitting in a trance like a lump on a log. He's a perfectly blank man. Because if that were the highest state of mind, a state of mind that shuts out, and in that sense it could qualify for being what the Hindus call non-dualistic. They always speak of the highest reality as being one excludes many. Not nothing, because nothing excludes something.
You are the Apex
Not
champions.
being, because being excludes non-being, vice versa.
LVL3 helmet trademark says,
To mean that which
GGS
doesn't
voice.
exclude anything.
Kid named Finger
Which, as it
says,
were, has no
GG.
outside. As we say, space has no outside. You can only have outsides inside space. You can't have any outsides outside space. There is no outside space. Even though space may be curved and finite. So, yeah, if you want to think incidentally of that curved space, go and take a look at a photograph in The Life, a book on mathematics, where there's a picture of a Klein bottle, which is a three-dimensional Möbius strip. A Möbius strip, you know, is a piece of paper that is twisted once and then joined. It has only one side and only one edge. Now, a Klein bottle is a three-dimensional Möbius strip, and it only has one inside. It has no outside. You can say it has an inside and no outside, or it has an outside and no inside. It's a fabulous little trick. But there's something like that would be the nature of space, as that which does indeed transcend the opposites. Not quite. No, we'd have
I'm
to do
the
one
jump
extra
master.
move on the
I
surface
won't let you
to make
down.
it climb.
Remember, my friends, I may kill you.
Valkyrie's
You
jump
have to
master
touch
actual.
its head
Follow my heading.
through the
I'm
through the
afraid
side
of
of its skin
I blew off my own legs.
and make the aperture
You don't want to see this up
through the
close,
mouth
skin bear.
continuous with the inside of the serpent towards the tail, you see. That's more or less what a Clyde bottle is. So, what I'm getting to, I'm giving you something out of the general history of religions to show that what has been meant by the mystical state of samadhi or awakening in certain conditions, is not this state of trance, but a state of consciousness in which you can perfectly well carry on your daily affairs. And of course, what is meant by a bodhisattva as the ideal type of Buddhist person is that he is not wrapped, that he is actively engaged in the life of the world, because he has gone beyond the illusion that nirvana is to be found away from everyday life. So what is then the point of meditation? Why meditate? Why do you have to crawl up into a hole, or go to a Zen monastery, or retire and be quiet, when this is only a withdrawal? Is there anything to be said for it?
To those who need it, there is an extended energy back here.
Shotgun bolt here.
Well, meditation is in that sense, as a practice, as a discipline, a very curious process.
Broken enemy shield.
Because from one point of view it's a help, and from another point of view a hindrance.
Scanning the area.
And I think we have to understand, first of all, that meditation exercises are medicinal rather than dietary.
We're outside the ring.
The same could be said for a medicine, not a diet.
Grappling.
Something that is described in Zen as when you want to open a door, or summon someone to open the door for you, you pick up a brick and you knock on the door. But you don't carry the brick into the house. You cross the stream on the raft, but you leave the raft on the bank at the other side. You don't go carrying it around. There are a lot of people, when they get into meditation, or they get into religion, or into any kind of exploration of this sort, turn the door into a revolving door and keep on going round and round and round and never get through. They say what a gas it is to be in this revolving door. So I think a good definition of a parasite is a person who goes through a revolving door on someone else's foot. So there are all sorts of people in the religious racket who are going through revolving doors. And they're very bitter about people who walk right through and leave the door behind because they say, well, you haven't paid enough respect. You must really understand religious one-upmanship. It's a tremendously important thing. And don't be caught out by this, because what happens is there's a little game going on, which I'm going to initiate you. And it's played in Zen, which is...
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
It works like this. If you go to a teacher and ask for the spiritual instruction, or even if you come to a seminar like
Team,
this,
I found the next ring location for us. Check your maps.
you are, by doing that,
Materials. Check.
confusing yourself. Because you are looking for what you're asking for outside, as if someone else could give it to you, as if you didn't have it. So the teacher knows that as long as you do that, you haven't understood. But he doesn't just tell you to go away. Or he may sometimes just say, go away, I'm too busy. And in any case, I can't tell you anything.
I will not be long.
Well, people won't take that for an answer. They won't take no for an answer.
Let's
And
explore
furthermore,
this
if
way.
he just said go away, they would just find some other teacher who would exploit them and maybe keep them as followers for years. and acquire a great deal of money by so doing.
The enemies are shooting at me.
What he does is another thing. He tries to give them the put down.
Recharging shields.
As if to say, you have a great long distance to go yet. Your attainment is and they're always talking about other sects and other schools and saying, well, they haven't really got the point, see? So that you keep losing faith in yourself and feeling, my goodness, I haven't yet attained this thing.
Under fire.
And that keeps you working.
Monitoring that spot.
But all the time, you're being caught down. It's like someone who's a pickpocket. He's stolen your own wealth.
Throwing Arc Star.
But just so long, you deserve to be. Now, you become very aware of this. If you ever do momentarily slip into some sort of mystical experience, you become aware of this tremendous gamesmanship going on. And you see it as sort of continuous with all sorts of cosmic games that are going on, of beating other creatures up, and the creatures that get eaten, of course, transform themselves into the creatures that eat them, and then in turn eat other creatures. And you see the whole hide-and-seek game going on, and then you realize very clearly that the state of development that you are in now is no better and no worse than anybody else's state.
One sec, healing up.
Because it's like space again. Which planet is or which star is in the best position?
Sensors focusing on that spot. Watch out for the new kill lead.
Well, that's all equal.
Taking fire.
Any point on a sphere is the center of the surface of the sphere.
Enemy over there.
Just a sec.
So, in the same way, everybody, all his behavior, whatever he's doing, whether we call him from a certain point of view sick, or whether we call him healthy, whether we call him good or bad, neurotic, normal, psychotic, sane, all the manifestations are just like the leaves on the trees. And in each being in a unique way,
Charging
is
on
a
my
thing,
shield.
say, manifesting the will of God.
Hold up. Healing.
1 minute before the ring closes. We have
So,
time.
There really, from that point of view, there is nothing to do to attain Buddhahood. But you see, that's very difficult to understand, because a lot of people, when they hear that there's nothing to do, try to do nothing. And you can't.
Grenade, watch out. Only 30
Because
seconds
you
left.
You can't do that.
I am taking fire. Look out, grenade.
The thing you're looking for, or think you're looking for, is what you're doing.
Ready. It's zipline time.
Is what's called you. We've
Hostile close.
got ourselves into the idea that oneself is so difficult to see. Because it's like, as I've often said, trying to bite your own teeth or look into your own eyes, and you can't find it. It's always behind.
This location.
It's like your head
Giving my shields a
is,
recharge.
from the optical point of view, a blank space. Neither light nor dark. It's right in the middle of everything.
Care package being delivered.
And so, one of the great tricks of gurus is to set people looking for their head. There's a famous story of a king in India in ancient times called Rajnadaka.
Level 3.
And one morning he woke up and reached out for his mirror and brought it over. No head. He was looking in the wrong side of the mirror. And you know, he was kind of bleary-eyed and had a hangover. So he summoned servants and said, "Ye gods, I've lost my head. Find it." And they said, "But Your Majesty, it's there on your shoulders." He said, "It is not. I can't see it in the mirror. Nobody can show me my head."
They're dropping a replicator.
Now the trick to that is, of course,
We just shot down the
that
Kelly.
you are perfectly well aware of your head.
Somewhere, am I right?
Only not in a form in which you expect to be aware of it. You expect to be aware of your own head in the same way as you're aware of other people's heads. But that wouldn't be true of you, because you've got an inside view on your head. You have an outside view on other people's heads, because, of course, you're taking an inside point of view. But the way in which you are aware of your head is in terms of what you are seeing and hearing. Because all sights and all sounds are what the nerves inside your head are doing. That's how to be aware of one's head. You are aware, therefore, of yourself, the mysterious self that you have, in terms of
level 3.
experience.
1 minute. The ring
Because there isn't really any difference. But that always escapes people, you see.
Barrel
So
stabilizer
perpetually,
here. Level
so long
3.
as you don't understand that, you can be talked into going on to all kinds of weird excursions. And just so long as you believe it, you're a sucker. You're hooked.
Zipline time.
And it takes a tremendous inner finally to say, because gurus are very clever at putting you down. They're just trying to see how strong you are.
Reloading.
Testing you out. See if they can hoodwink you.
Whole squad crashing.
As long as they can, you see, they're going to go on. Then they'll graduate. And so, one of Winzai's students,
Giving my shields a recharge.
after he saw it, said, "Well, it wasn't much in the life, but it's not wrong." He said, straight out, "My teaching is just like using an empty fist to deceive a child." So you can be fooled. As long as you can be fooled. When you can't be fooled, you don't ask the question anymore.
We're not all in the ring. I can't help you if you're
Because it's all become
flashing.
clear. About this universe. What makes you think there are puzzles about this universe? Very simple reason. You're trying to explain it. And when you explain things, what do you mean by explanation? There are several meanings of explanation. There's really one basic meaning. But first of all, to be able to translate what is happening into terms of words or numbers. In other words, to describe. But a real explanation is not just a description. It's a description which enables us to control what we are describing. But didn't we see in the last session that to control the world is not really what we want to do? So that if all explanations have as their function enabling us to control things, then maybe an explanation isn't what we wanted. And furthermore, you can very simply see...
Jiggleepisage says, run.
When somebody explains to you how a flower works, and analyzes all the innards of a flower, and shows the channel.
Fork Sword 11 says, GG. Jiggleepisage says, GG.
How complicated that is. How clever God must have been to create that flower. To have all that complexity. It isn't complicated at all. It's only complicated when you start thinking about it. Because the vehicle of words is a very clumsy one. And when you try to talk about the processes of nature, what is complicated is not the processes of nature, but trying to put them into words. That's as complicated as trying to drink up the ocean with a fork. It takes forever. And so this intense complexity that we see in everything is created by our attempt to analyze it all. And so what we do is, you see, when we analyze, we use our eyes and ears as scalpels. And we dissect everything. And we have to put a label on every piece we chop off. And so we scalpelize and we get it right down to atoms. Getting finer and finer, and we suddenly thought, well, we've got to the end of it, because the word atom means what is not cuttable. Atomos. But then we found we could cut the atom. And lo and behold, big fleas had little fleas upon their backs to bite them. And it goes on forever. There is no end to the minuteness which you can unveil through physical investigation. For the simple reason that the investigation itself is what is chopping things into pieces. And the sharper you can sharpen your knife, the finer you can cut it. And the knife of the intellect is very sharp indeed. And the sophisticated instruments that we can now make, well, there's probably no limit to it. But in a way, all that is vain knowledge. In a way. Because you see, what it does is it gives you the illusion that you've solved your problems. When you have controlled certain things and you have solved certain problems, practical problems, you say, fine, more of that, please. Let's go on solving problems. And then you do. You create a world of people, as we are today, far more comfortable than people who lived in the 19th century. Just remember the troubles of going to a dentist when you were children, or some of you when you were children, of medicine, of badly heated homes, of all sorts of things that we don't put up with anymore. But the problem is we keep running into this thing that all constant stimulations of consciousness become unconscious. And when we take it as a matter of course to have certain comforts, then we switch the level on which we worry. When you solve a whole set of problems, people find new ones to worry about. And after a while, you begin to get that haven't we been here before feeling. Aren't we just going round on a cycle and doing the same old thing over and over and over again because we don't realize that we're chasing our own tails? By an eternally recurrent process of not knowing who you are. That is the hide and seek. That is the nature of what the Hindus call the Manvantara and the Pralaya, the period of the Manvantara in which the worlds are manifested, and the period of the Pralaya in which the worlds are withdrawn from manifestation. In and out, in and out. Evermore came out by the same door as an I went. And the thing is to get to the point where you can see that you are doing that in every moment of your existence. With every tiny little atom of your body.
You know, whatever the case,
you now at this minute, you see. are the whole.
Let's go.
The whole system of inning and outing. In other words, you often think perhaps, maybe a long, long time ahead, I shall reach the point where I wake up from manifestation and overcome the world illusion and discover that I am the supreme
I'm the jump master, which should go without saying.
I'm the
My
jump
friend, there is
master.
no diversity.
Focus, fight, win.
In other words, what you call
That is
diversity
an ideal landing place. Follow
the same
me
way
to
as you chop a
victory.
thing and then you say it was made of pieces. Well, you forget that you cut it. So when you see the world is complicated and that there are life problems and that you might one day succeed, hundreds and hundreds of people are running like mad after something that they thought was a success and they have no idea what it is. So in exactly the same way, but is keeping you running and running after spiritual things. You don't know what you want. You don't know he said, you don't know what it is, how do you know you want it? With any concept you have, will be simple. Something like that. The way of trying to what you already know, what you've already experienced. Therefore, that's not a I
got everything under control.
Because you say you're looking for something quite new.
Jigglevisage says, THX.
What do you mean new? What's your conception? Something I once had.
1 sec, healing up.
So he doesn't say anything. Everybody says, why are you so negative? Why don't you give us something to hang on? He simple answer is it would be spurious. Well, what is this religious stuff about? Why don't we just... Go away.
I got everything under control.
You go to good. Don't go to church. Don't enter philosophical advice. But then you'll realize that having to you still see what can you do? If you stand here and listen to me or to anyone else who comes around, you're fooling. But if you go away, you're fooling yourself too. Because you still think that's going to improve your situation. It won't. And therefore, when you discover that it doesn't, you think, well, maybe it was a mistake to go away, and you come back to the Guru. And he looks at you and says, you are very undisciplined, very inferior student. And you need to apply yourself. Well, as I explained what he's doing. But it comes down in a way to a sort of contest with the Guru. See? Will you call his bluff? You're afraid to. Because you might discover that if you do call his bluff, he's no better than you are. Well, that's what you're supposed to find out. But without being cynical about it. He's as divine as you are. But you've got to call the bluff. There's going to be a showdown. And it's a double bind. The whole situation's a double bind. Because it doesn't do any good to stay here, and it doesn't do you any good to go away. Either to do something about it or to do nothing about it. Now then, there's something else. When you understand that,
I'm not just
when
about
you realize
explosions.
that
I also know about stuff.
there's nothing to realize.
Like winning.
Well, it's all here. then what are you going to do?
Something's whispering in your ear.
Supernatural activity and marvelous power.
Just like old times, Dad.
Drawing water, carrying fuel. Do whatever one does as a human being. But there's a little element of Philistinism to that. It's like when a child is pestering father or mother with all sorts of questions. They finally get down to the deepest metaphysical problems. They say, oh, shut up and eat your dough. And I wouldn't say that, you see. Because life, as one looks at it, is in fact a celebration. When you look out at night at the stars, well, it's a party. And it's celebrating time every day. That's the speed. And the whole world is it's a kind of achievement. And therefore the proper function of religion is digging this. It's not seeking. It's not seeking anything, but is, in a way, thanksgiving. That's why, of course, the Christians were right in calling the Mass the Eucharist, the Thanksgiving. Only they had such a complicated way of thinking about it, nobody could understand it. So, in religion, all religious exercises, whether they are meditative or whether they are ritualistic, are whoopee. They are not something you do in order to attain anything. They are like art forms, like dance. They are expressive of attainment, of the attainless attainment. So here's another hang-up for you. When you go to Mr. Suzuki, who runs the Zen Center, he's a good disciple of Dogen, who brought Zen, a certain school of Zen to Japan in the 13th century. Dogen said, you can't sit and meditate unless you're already a Buddha. In which case, why meditate? Well, meditation is just the way a Buddha sits. And he called this sitting just to sit, not to attain enlightenment. Because the minute you do that, you see, you're not meditating.
Magazine here. Level 2.
So you only become a good meditator if you're not looking for him. And therefore, you realize what a great thing it is to be able to sit. And what a great thing it is not to dissect the world with your analytical intellect.
So we got bandits out there.
To be able to look out at the water or the trees or the floor and the light on it in front of you without calling it light or floor or tree or thinking that it has parts. Or thinking that it's complicated. So when you can sit without thinking, not with an empty mind, mind you, not with an non-analytic mind, a non-probing mind, where you're not creating problems all the time, by trying to control it, by trying to control your mind, by trying to control your experience, what you see and hear. You then just simply discover that there is no way of controlling what you're experiencing, because what you're experiencing is you. And to try and really fundamentally, this is going around the circle. So if I would say to you now, what you have to learn is to let it happen. But you want to let it happen. If I say to you, that again perpetuates the illusion that you're something else. Come on.
Enemy close.
So we go back.
Anyone yet?
Eliminate the enemy.
There are some people who want to get together, like we would get together to play poker.
Come on, get on. Come on.
Walk, go fishing, or sail a boat. If there are some people who want to get together to meditate and have rituals, it's an art form. And you can only use it and make it a good art form if you're not using it.
Charging on my shields.
And this is what really is the bane of temples all over the world. Got the Buddhist temples where they don't believe in God. But there are the people praying. And they're all doing it in order that we get a male child next time around. Or the
Ready for burn, how copy?
or the mama
Main engine burn.
going on and on and on. People are always coming to the temple. There all the vendors sit outside, sell souvenirs and magic and charms, and all the people go in and do this. And all these serious priests sitting there. Really having to say, yes, we have to provide these services.
Healing up.
On the other hand, if you go in to one of these temples, along with all the faithful followers, and have a ball. Buy a bead, buy a candle, buy this, buy that, buy some incense, go in. Dig this great thing going on, salute the Buddhas, or the altars, or the crucifixes, or what you will. But don't take it seriously. And this is one of the great important transformations of today in our consciousness, is that a great many people are finding out that religion is not supposed to be taken seriously.
I can make use of that.
This is a shocking thing to many people. There used to be an old saying that a religion is dead when the priests laugh across the altars. That's true in one sense. When the priests know that they've got a racket going, and they don't believe one word of it, and they're laughing across the altar because of all these suckers around doing it, then it's true. The religion is dead. But when the priests laugh at the altar, because they're having such fun, because this whole scene is so beautiful, well, it's the difference between some stuffy old Buddhist priest humming a sutra and Allen Ginsberg chanting a sutra. That's the thing to hear. Other people
Replicator dropping.
They're sick of it. They get paid for it. This is
Target
magical.
spotted. Far off.
But when Allen Ginsberg chants the sutra, everybody gets in a circle and he gets these little bells and they get going. It's like a jam session. Where everybody is absolutely delighted. Well, that's the way to do it. And if you can't do it that way, forget it.
Enemy in the distance. Let's regroup here.
Throw an arc star.
Thermite out.
I'm down.
Grenade.
Heads up. No.
Need some help here. Taking fire. Shooting. Grenade.
Now, this seminar this weekend concerns a subject which is so alien from anything that we understand in the West that it may stretch your skulls a little. I don't know. But as Westerners face certain forms of Mahayana Buddhism from the outside, they see what reminds them of total irrationality and superstition. And this in particular applies